Oh, hi, Nimber. Hi, how are you? Fine, thanks. Fine. Yeah, I just got on just a few moments ago. I hope you're keeping well. How have you been doing, Nimber? Well, I hope. Yeah, we're working on Starlight Driving now. It's gonna be a hard one, but I was home for a little bit today and, did the really tedious stuff. And I'll be able to sort my trees out in a moment. I'm thinking of covering this guy as well. I think it might be the best option, or at least hiding a decent amount of it. But I managed to size an old TV screen. And that's the best I can do on this one, and I've been covering this over as well. That didn't turn out too bad. Still keeping the old building, of course. I will have to obviously do a bit here eventually, but I can always look at that in a moment. Oh, that's good to hear, Nimber. That's a good one. That's that's the first time I've heard that one. 8 p.m. alarm. Nice. So, what do you like to get up in the morning? I used to be quite good. I was the type of guy, let's say, I'd be up at 6, well, sometimes 7, depending on work, but usually 6, even 5 sometimes. But I would always wake 5-10 minutes before my alarm went off, especially if it was the same time, like 6 a.m., 6 a.m., 6 a.m. But now, I could sleep at any time, really. It's all determined by how I'm feeling, instead of a kind of, rhythm you get into. And that's what we've done so far. I'll get my cars in here. I can't really put trees because it would cover the screen, but I will come up with something. I was thinking about maybe a little walkway. We'll see. Hi, Springle. Hi, how are you? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah, I'll rail this in. There's a few hard spots that we'll have to, go the extra mile on. There, on that shed, and that silly sign. But not impossible, I'll glitch a few pieces in. But those are the little things I can get to later, you know? It's summer, though in winter it depends on how I slept, yeah. And when I went to bed. Nice. Finally, a friendly, soothing voice. Hi, Terry. Hi. How are you? So that's what I've done. Once I get my fencing in, the next big step is, finding a way to hide that eyesore. This kind of turned out okay. Obviously needs a lot more work than the front, so, just keep taking little bits, excuse me, out here and there, and then I'll eventually get some kind of decent look on this. I was thinking about adding two here from the side of this and bringing this back entirely and building a kind of indoor cinema here. I think would work. I've got the room, I think it could be done. As long as I get my line from here and the height, I want to go and blend it back in. Might actually work. I'll have to make it look something like this, but yeah, I think it might work. Not good. I almost fainted while picking up my medication. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, you shouldn't be, Terry. If you have a condition, you have a condition. I'm sure everyone was understanding. So, how was your day, Sprinkle? Denver and Terry? Yeah, so I'll save it here. Well, no, I've got to get these done, don't I? Yeah. And this is stuff that we absolutely have to do. This will be a kind of an experiment till we get it the way we need it. But this will, I'm 100% sure that this is how, this is going to wind up. So, we'll just get these guys ready. Get them done. And get them over with. And out from, the little bits we have to glitch in later. This will take a little longer because it's slightly in the red zone. These, if you don't do that twice, they kind of disappear after a while. Oh, that's good to hear, Springle. I'm feeling well, keep getting dizzy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Terry, you are, sitting down, I hope. So, have any of you guys any vacations lined up for the summer? I haven't been on one for a long time. There's nowhere I really want to go to anyway, to be honest. I'm kind of, content. Especially when, you're retired, you don't seem to mind as much. Oh, hi Phoenix. Hi, how are you? Have you been keeping well, I hope? Now let me grab some soda. I have been hitting the salt pretty hard lately. There, that's better. Yeah, I sealed off the little tedious bits I wanted to do, Phoenix, here. And did all the driveway I was on earlier here today. You know, getting this done. The little bits I said, so for the time being, you know, that would be the finished look. And the little yellow pieces showing through, eventually fix that. So all I've got to do is get my railings in. I will cover this to a certain extent, and I'll add the indoor cinema here. I think that would work. I have a rough idea of how I can get it together as well. I'm retired. I was tired yesterday, and I'm retired today again. And that's one way of looking at it, Phoenix. I'm feeling good. Oh, that's good. You've motivated me to start streaming again. Cool. So far, it's been 3 days I've streamed. Oh, are you streaming under the tag you're showing me now? I'll be sure to drop by, Nember. You're streaming under the tag Nember bottom. What's it? A hyphen, isn't it? Door. I'll definitely here. Let me write that down. My memory is atrocious. I'll be sure to stop by. Definitely keep an eye out for you. Oh, when I get this, write this down here. Oh, hi Tigger. MBR. Bottom score. Door. Under this one, yeah. Door. Oh no, I want to, Nember. I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you. And I'll stop by your channel later. We've all got to stick together in this thing, and you gotta practice what you preach. Where did I write that? Yeah, there it is. There we go. I'm friendly. Hi, Tigger. I am 49 and 6 nerve blocks done today. Then played hopscotch. Nice. Now, okay, we'll keep going on this one. And we'll see these ones up and get it over with. Once we do that, then I'll start the layout for the cinema. That will give us something to do. I'd say the initial part of it should go up relatively easy enough. But I would like to get the trees and stuff up, you know, before we start, because I really don't need anything in the way. Woohoo! What's that? Oh yeah. We haven't got the other guy. This one, I'll have to persuade it in later as to shed. I can't really scrap it. I'll have to find a way of hiding it somehow. Playing hopscotch at your age. How many little kids did you push off the boards? So what have you been up to, Tigger, today? That's out from your statement. Yeah, we'll get these. These are a little bit of a chore, but they will work just once I, double hit them. Nasty little things. It's on the place anywhere mod. They tend to drop through the map if you don't stop the kind of shimmer. If you don't get it, in properly. Oh, well, thank you, Terry. All the adults played well together. And yeah, instead of fist fighting, that is the best way by far. Yeah, we'll leave the fist fighting for the, what do they call it, the MMA? Sometimes they do, number. Depends on the adult. Yeah, we can get these ones, I'd say. Let me see. Yeah, this should work. Eventually. Just kidding. Yeah, we're gonna start on the larger building in a moment. By rights, we should do all of the little pieces, but I'm not really sure what I want to do yet. I do know we need to do this part, so that's kind of okay, I suppose. And we can do the fix up a little later as well. Let's say on the pieces that are giving us trouble. Around the sign in the shed. I went to a fight one time and a hockey game broke out. It does have a bad reputation, hockey, doesn't it, for altercations? It does actually, yeah. These neighbours one day fighting. Yeah, next day hopscotch. Well, the hopscotch is better than the fighting. I would rather see everyone playing hopscotch or even Ring or Rosie instead of the fighting thing. Yeah, we have enough of that. No problem, Tigger. Oh, the centerpiece is all fixed later. Oh yeah, it's kind of bugging me, but I can always get back to them, these ones. There's no rush. We're almost done with our closing, and then we'll see what kind of area we can get on the cinema. Yeah. We'll actually have two here. Like a cinema complex. That would work. Quick, now that it is gone. Yeah! We can talk behind her back. Now. Right. That's done to there. That's a lot better. Just this little guy to get here. And then we can kinda sleep and save, and then we'll work out what we want to do with the big guy. It's almost done. Nothing we could do about that. That's gotta stay. I couldn't scrap it. It's just outside the build area. That only works if I don't come back, yeah. I can see what you say. Yeah, you could just clear chat. Unless you go back to the VODs, that is. Then we're in trouble. Right, almost there. Come on. Well, at least we're getting them in anyway. And our last piece. And then I'll fix the walls later. There. That's not bad. Right, let's sleep and save. This cat has a lot of work lately. Always pushing the button, yeah? Time to let Tom and Louise out. Sorry, I'm overshare. Right. Okay, this is where we do a main save. This is a major addition, so we've got to be careful here on this one. The first piece we get in has to be perfect, and There's got to be a right level with something else I want to do with that, so we'll work off that edge. Yeah, I managed to fix, you remember, all the pieces here. Got them all done. Okay, we have the last set of the trees as well. They've got to go back. And we can go with this kind of, thing here. But at least, I know I still have to do the inside, but the outside is looking passable. Share chat as soon as possible. How do the cars drive up the steps? No, they'll come in from here. And this is for the cars. Just about fit. They'll drive up. They'll go into their little sections. And people can get out here. I'll be obviously doing a lot more. And they can just walk down the steps. Into a kind of bar, relaxation area. Probably some concession stands. We'll work something out. And there will be a kind of indoor cinema here. And then we'll fix up a projector room up here. That should do it, I'd say. Yeah, all from the front here. And this will be our parking spot. Yes, I'm letting them drive on the grass. Somebody was saying to me, I forget who it was might have been Roadrunner. There was this place that actually had cars parked. Like forever. And you paid, let's say, to get into this place. And you just sat in the cars. I think that would be a good idea. A kind of fake driving. I know it was a really good idea. Like I was in a bar one time. And they had, all the seats were like the backs of cars cut, put into the wall. It was called, aptly enough, the bar was called a Mechanics. And, yeah, it was a little bit like a garage. On rainy days, yeah. Correct. Now we've got to get our fittings from this. I have a rough idea, I'd say, of what we need. Now, we'll save it right here. So, we've got our walls done, we still have repairing to do. Now, levels from here. This is a big one. It was, yeah, our every great joke. I was at a bar once. But there's lots, at least there used to be, there's lots of little, pretty decent quirky bars in the UK. That one was in a small village outside of Northampton. What was it called again? Wellingborough. Yeah, I think it was called Wellingborough. I'd say that's long since gone. We're talking about mid-80s. Probably a shopping mall now, or, apartments. I wouldn't be surprised. Excuse me. You ain't gonna believe this. Good one. Now, this one we've got to get right. I have a rough idea of how we should do this, so the levels we get will be from that stuff we've been using. I think it's the same size as the other one really, but there. That will be our level. Now, something I want to do on this one here. Where is it? Where did I see this stupid thing? Those skylight thingies. Where did I see them? Not here anyway. That's definitely not what I want. Okay. Where did I see these silly things? There's a fire escape dude here as well. That might not be bad. But we've already got a stairs. But let's say on the side of the cinema maybe. I could put a fire escape. Where did I see these stupid things? I know they're here somewhere. Drat. You know the ones I used back at the Hangman's Alley? I have a job for those guys. Yeah, that too. I was at a bar once and a man asked my name. I said, it's Tracy. He said, did you say it's crazy? Okay, where is this stupid thing? I can use something else in the meantime. And then I can come back when I find them and put them in. They're the same size from the same menu. Oh, it could be here as well. God knows where that is. Okay, we'll use this just to get us over our little problem. Let's see what pieces we have. Interesting pieces. I am kind of tempted to use something like that, but we will have to be keeping this kind of square. And we can scrap them in a moment, and that would be our roughly what we need to do. I'll probably be scrapping the outer ring. Okay, that's wrong. Let me get that back now for 1 second. There. That's where we need to be. Silly thing. I wanted to do this one with the skylight pieces. I'll have to find them in a moment. Just a matter of scrapping these out of the way. Example. You ain't going to believe this, but my hamster got eaten by a raccoon. And then the racist guy in our town ran over the raccoon the same night. And it's fake, yeah, but some hamster that's sound less than believable, yeah. I'd say so. You won't like more than half the jokes I have heard. Now, and we can find kind of rough design on this. It's the outside ones we need to be careful of. Yeah, we move that to the side. No problem. And what we're using these guys, so this would line up perfectly with this. This can be our branch off here. We can probably do something in around a 2-story, I'd imagine. You know, coming back here on this side. And then kind of make a little balcony thing, I'd say. Depending on the room we have. We'd have to stop at least 1 square back where we could put our pathway, but yeah. I think that would work. But then we definitely have to, you know, most likely have a pathway running around here. Yeah, it's doable. It's doable. Oh, where did I see this guy? There. And there, so that would be, you know, roughly what we need to do. Let's see. Now, this would be our little problem here. So there's a good chance I will actually, you know, cover this in. We don't need to come out here. And that's history. And then that's history as well. Right. Yeah, we need some steel big time. We'll probably need a half piece on this or even a full one. It's going to take a bit to seal this in, I can tell you. And that one will probably need a half piece as well. I'll probably need a lot of plastic, and we'll need... yeah, plastic at least. Now, yeah, we can cover that as well, that's not a big issue. Plastic and steel. Alright. Okay. Well, this gives us our level for the building next door anyway. We can use this. Not sure about using that, let's say, as a top piece, but we can always change in the moment. It's not a biggie. Well, we'll have to use it for the time being. So, yeah, the last thing we need is a huge cinema. So if I can kind of recess the front Let's see. If we can get this working. Yeah, we'd want to recess it. Right back, let's say, from there. Maybe with something like that for a change if we could. Yeah, the likes of that might work. Even if I could even push it in a bit more than that, to be honest. And now I'm thinking, you know, about doing that on the other side as well. We could make a large area as well in there. This might work. Yeah, this might work. Time to puff and pass, nice. I think maybe we need to bring it back a bit. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can get another piece as well. That might work, and then we can go with a bit of a kind of an area there, some bollards and a little walkway going in. And we'd have room for our posters underneath on the wall. This might work. I'm building my apartment building in this area. Well, I'm going to try my best. Oh, cool. Now, this is where we have to be kind of careful. I definitely don't want to make this huge, so I'm thinking something like that would probably be high enough. You see, if we go too much, it's going to be horrible. Still not that bad. Tempting. It would give us a big area for signage, wouldn't it? I don't think it's too high, especially when we get our, pieces on the side. Let's go with that. Let's see. Let's see if this is actually possible. Let's see what it looks like. I might be able to cover this entire thing, to be honest. It's kind of looking like that now, and then once we fill in the top, as long as we come considerably below this. Let's see, will we? Let's see what kind of look it gives. course we'll be glitching. That's our height. You kind of get away with it, to be honest. I'm not too sure. Well, you know, once we do this with the cinema, we have no choice. We really have no choice. And the reason I'm using that stuff is because of this. I love Starlight. Oh, cool. There's a lot of open space, and yeah, it's pretty easy to unlock. Just kill a few more rats, you know, even if you're very low level. You could probably even do it if you ran straight from Vault 111. Just jump on the cars and shoot them. Oh, there's a decent amount of ammo as well, I'd say, in the vault. The only problem is the buildings and the shed. But still, even if, you know, you weren't intending on doing the whole settlement, yeah, it's very, very manageable. Let's work with this. Oh, there's these guys as well, which, to be honest, don't look so bad. But you see where I'm done with the colour? I really hate that they did that. And the like of this, you know, we can always change it. It's not like we're stuck for materials. Let's have a look at this and we see what it looks like up, and then we'll make our little decision on it. Now, how was the other one? We would have to do the same on this side. So 2 and then 2 and then 2. Okay. Let's give it a shot. Let's give this one a shot. It's hard for me to envision it without it being up. Yeah, we've still got our 1 square, so... Now we just get these out of the way. I'll be fixing those later. But a place can go up, you know, kind of pretty quickly if you just do the foundations correctly. And if you use... I use Scrap That Settlement. It's easy to scrap metal and concrete. It is. I try not to scrap too much, only the stuff that's absolutely in my way. I found that, let's say, when you start scrapping, especially trees, even rubble and rubbish, there's a better chance of phasing on a settlement. So I only use it, let's say, if the stuff is showing, you know. So I work out my foundation level, and if it covers it and it's not showing, you know, I don't scrap it. But obviously I had to scrap inside of that place. I try to use it sparingly, but the mere fact that it's in your menu alone can sometimes cause issues, but not so much on single cell settlements. Very, very rare. And very rare, in my experience at least. Croc, what are you doing? Let me see if this works. Well, it looks like we have the room to play with anyway. It's a pretty good fit, to be honest. It's a pretty good fit. Now, the likes of this here, I'm really sure I have the pieces that will fit there. On one of my saves, I scrapped all of the settlement. Yeah, I seen it done. You would have to use scrap everything. But I seen an FGS scrap that projector. There's like 100 pieces or more in that one. It took him 15 minutes to scrap it. There's a ton of pieces on it. Now there's usually an issue in this settlement here, where this telegram pole is. And it will be no difference with us, really. But I'll see if I can get around it. It is, yeah, you're scrapping forever on that. Now, we don't have to stick with these pieces, but for the time being, it's our best option. So, I just... Oh. What happened there? That's kind of weird. Yeah, we'll give it a snap point, I'd say. I think it just needs a snap point. Come on now. Oh my. Now let's see, it's probably the wrong piece I was using, was it? Yeah. Probably was. There, that's the piece we're looking for. Yeah, there's 3 different pieces apparently. Okay, we'll leave it there for a little while. And I'll check this trim, but I think I have something that would be absolutely perfect for that. This has the potential to be something big. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Terry. Corner trims, wall trims. Where's the ones I was using? There's a few guys we can use on this. I think I got this guy. No, it's not that one. I'd like to use the heavier stuff if I could, but I doubt it would work. This stuff here. No. Oh, hang on. No. See, it's not exactly what I'm looking for. Well, it's not bad, to be honest. Do you know what? What about using that? See, we've done it here. My only problem is I wanted a big area on this. It does kind of fit in with my scheme, to be honest. Let's see. Let's clear the weather. Much better, apart from feeling very lightheaded. It's probably your meds, Terry, if you're still taking them. Yeah, they can probably do that sometimes. Right. Oh, heat stroke. Yeah, is it very warm in the UK, yeah? It's warmish here, but, you know, the temperature is not that bad. Now, there is another way of doing this. Oh, we just do a new save. Now, there's one more way that might actually work. I think that might be a little high, regardless. I wonder would those pieces take a roof panel. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Terry. You know, but once you your stomach was probably upset once you get that sorted, you know, you should be okay. Well, that covers this little problem we had as well. So, I think is much better design. Let's see. It's all down to getting this to snap. If that snaps on that. Isn't that a stupid shame? There might be a half one here. There actually might be there's that as well, what I'm not really interested in. There might be a half one here, exactly the same height. And that would form as a kind of snap there. Ah! What a shame. But still, I think that's what we're looking for. There, I can even raise it up. But I kind of prefer that, to be honest. Then all we'd have to do is get rid of... Come on. Get rid of that. Okay, let's see if this will work. Aluminum and steel. Steel. There. It should work. Ah, good. Oh, you got through Bioshock 2. Oh, nice. I gave it up for Lent. Yeah, it's part of my New Year's resolution. Yeah, I did. I can't break my word now, Terry, can I? Yeah, this will kind of match the other side. We just don't have to go 2 stories on one side, which still might be a bit of a problem for me. If that's the case, we'd have to push each of these over maybe at least one spot. But still. Is there any way of kind of sticking that on the outside without it showing? I doubt it very much, to be honest. I always thought maybe it was a little high. And we will give it a try. Where are these stupid... Yes. Yeah, these ones. I kept that up as well. That's the killer. Kind of glitching piece. Ah well. I knew that was going to be an issue. So... well, we'd have to round from out here. Well, not necessarily. I'll have to push this back in one, you know, to keep it going with enough space on this. So... let's redesign this. Let's redesign this to that. Maybe something like that. Well, we'd have no choice now, would we? Something like that. It's a pity I wanted it double, but... okay, let's give it a shot. You're kidding me. There's no rounded pieces. There's no rounded pieces. Yeah, that's an issue. That is a shame. That's such a pity. And there's this junk here. That's a bit of a killer, isn't it? Looks like we might be going with our original plan. It's, you know, kind of silly. They won't work either. Not that I'd like to use them anyway. They're a bit off, I think. Oh, hi Chance. Hi, how are you? Hope you're keeping well. No, that's not going to do it. Okay. Looks like we go back to our original plan, guys. We don't have the pieces. Yeah, we got a bit done, Chance. You know, I fixed up the sections I needed to here, so I wanted to kind of build an indoor cinema here on this end, with maybe a kind of bar restaurant over the other side. Should be able to get a pathway down the side and our trees in as well. Decoration of this is, you know, I wanted to use these, but not going the way I wanted it to. I'd want to use glass here as well. So I might yet still bring this up maybe a bit, or we could recess this on a large glass area. Depends on the size of the glass. Oh, you lost your voice. Not that I speak much, but you know. Now, I do have something that we'll do on this. It's a pity this stuff is a bit rough, but we need it. You know, we need this kind of metal look to match the other one. And we can't do this too flashy. Now, okay. We have the pieces for this somewhere. Almost sure I have. here. Now, they're in here somewhere. Yeah, we can use them later, that's another thing. Oh! Guys, I wonder if... Yeah, we don't have to go this high. You not think that would be a little better? You know, I'm kind of not digging the high part here on this. You know, if we brought it down a bit. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, if that's the case, then we could use the ones I originally wanted to use. That are kind of nasty, to be honest. Ah, aluminium and steel again. Anyway, these ones seem a little dark, don't they? They seem to be two different shades. You're just doomed, Deacon. Oh. No, not really. I think the larger ones were a different shade anyway, guys. You see the brightness? That was very, very dark. Yeah, I think that's a waste of time. Oh, let's see. Okay, we need aluminium and steel. Yeah, we'll bring it down a bit. Aluminum and steel. Yeah, we'll drop it down. Now, where's that one again? Wall trims. That's just as good. That's what we need, guys. That's exactly what we need. Yeah, too high. Way, way, way too high. And we can keep our original shape. I think that would work out way, way better. Okay. I think that's what we need. Once I put a little bit onto that, that would work out perfectly. I think that would do. So, what have you been up to, Chance? This we'd have to kind of come back and raise again off the edge. You know, to build our second story on this, but I think we can manage it this way. Oh my, that's quite a large piece, isn't it? I think I used the other one just to keep it right. Yeah, I think this would do. I'll just leave that there for a minute. Problem is all changing around looking for these pieces. There. It's the wrong one. There. There. That's much better. Why do these people, objects keep moving? No problem, Chance. And thanks for stopping by and lurking. I appreciate it. I hope you have a great day. Stay safe, Chance. Later. Bye. Keep moving. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Chance. Was it probably a sore throat? Yeah, hopefully it's not laryngitis. Never got it. My wife did one time. Although I was pretty hoarse here one day, but it was a cold. That only lasted a little while. I think it lasted a day or two. Ah, you little... There. Now we'll leave it there for a second. Now, this is the one that we're really... Where are these ones I'm looking for? Ah, that's the top trim. Bottom trim. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. Right, we'll get these ones in. You see what I want to do with this guy. Okay, hang on. What happened there? Oh, it's the wrong one, is it? I don't know. What the? Hang on, hold it for a second. This is trim 01. Let me work this out. That's the same guy. Okay, what's going on here? Did I use? Well, that's kind of weird, isn't it? Ah. And this is the wrong one. Here, is it? I think so. No, they're exactly the same. Okay, that's wrong. I don't know what's going on here. That is some weird stuff. I obviously picked the wrong guy. Yeah. And they're wrong then as well. There we go. They all kind of look the same, to be honest. There. Silly little mistake. Right. What's wrong? There we go. Now we're back on track. Right. Okay, this better not give me hassle. Stupid. Looks like it's gonna give me a hassle, guys. I didn't really expect this. That's weird. Doesn't seem to be snapping. If we don't get the snapping, we're pretty much dead. There. It's going to take a bit then to do this if it's gonna... Yeah, if it's gonna hinder us like this. Got it. It's gonna take a while. But we can do it. Snappy house can be weird. Come on. Yeah. Psst. Yeah, this one will help. Unbelievable, isn't it? Oh, you little... There. Yeah, we'll work for this. You know that. Yeah, we'll work for this one. There. Little bugger. I'm still here, fluffy heads. I'm playing Bioshock 1. Nice. Yeah, these are a little glitchy. But, oh, we have to endure. We need to get them in. Extremely glitchy. Yeah, I was expecting these to snap pretty easily. Ah, well. We can still do. Need to move a few pieces. Still possible. Yeah. It's so creepy, yeah? Never played it, sorry. Never played it yet, I should say. Yeah, I'm afraid we'll have to suffer with this until we get the pieces in. At least they're going in, so... Getting the other guys back. A little harder to do. Mega frustrating. Mega frustrating. There. Now. Yeah, we have to trim all of this. Well. There. My goodness. That took time, didn't it? Get the pillars and glass in a moment. And the flooring and all of that will look quite different. I want to build up on this side as well, so I don't know how we'll do that one, but we'll think about that in a moment. We just get our little pieces down the side. We'd at the very least we'd have to round this edge. Yeah, at the very least. Are you sure we picked the right one this time? Are you sure it's that one there? Now, what are we going to do about this little eyesore? Yeah, we can just cut it in here. Well, it depends on this, doesn't it? Well, we're going to be getting rid of that entire door. So we'll be coming across on this. That's as far as we can go. We want to now that might be an interesting way to get around that edge of it. But you see what I mean with this? I need to cover this in big time, or else come out at a different angle. And this here. That's the way we work that one. Now I can come down further. I think that might be the best option, to be honest. There. That, I think... we'll plenty cover that in. I'll go the inside on that in a moment and we'll wall that off. And we'll figure out that we want some kind of pillar and glass system, or there's some stuff in here as well I might be able to use. I've got a trim for the top as well, but I needed to figure out our layout. We need to get some kind of look on this, and then we can, you know, do the small bits. Some kind of shape. Let's see if we can put that piece in and before we put the walls in. Let's save us a bit of aggravation. Okay. I don't think we have a piece for that. No. There's no inside, is there? No. There's no outside pieces. That's kind of a pity. So, I'll have to think up something else for that guy. Really? No. No. I didn't think ahead on that, did I? Okay, that's a shame. There's one of these guys where we go square. Looking like we're going square. But there's none for an outside one. Okay, we get rid of you. I just use the full piece. That's that one. Yeah, that's always the time. Guys! Come on. That won't be how we'll do the corner. That would work. Whatever. We'll get our trim anyway. I think we've got the skin score the inside, so it should be okay. Oh, hi Jill. Hi, how are you? Finally, I could move and say hi. How have you been? My baby kitty was laying on me. Oh, right in my face, and I couldn't move. Yeah, we're starting to kind of build out a little bit. Where I want to get that enclosed cinema. Hi, Captain Caveman. I did. I watched it. Yeah. It seemed to me like they were going for quantity over quality. You know, Halo looks interesting, even though I don't want to play it. But I didn't see him make too many promises about Starfield. He must have been checked by Microsoft. I seen the presentation. Yeah, I watched it. I don't see anything I'd really like to play coming up in the next 12 months. Now, the last thing he said about Starfield, it was meh kind of thing, but the last thing he said about over 1,000 planets. That sounded good, but we've heard him say these things before. That 1,000 will probably be 40, and there'll probably be small barren places, you know. Yeah, yeah. That interested me, what he said, say last, and I made sure and the whole Starfield to last, because that's what everyone would have been interested in. But, yeah, it all depends on what we're allowed to do on these planets. He said over 1,000 planets. I wouldn't trust that, to be honest. That, you know, there might be a lot of planets, but I wouldn't say there's 1,000. And there probably, if you could build bases in that, mine for resources, it'd be a pretty interesting game. It will be, I reckon it will be, they'll have a few factions in it. They'll go with that. I don't know what the main story will be. But what I'm hoping, I'll tell you what I'm hoping it will be. You get a ship or something, or do a quest and you get a ship. And from that you can upgrade. You can upgrade it more, let's say, to do better mining, build some bases, stuff like that. That's what I'm hoping. And it will be a little bit like, the way they went with the factions and stuff in Skyrim and Fallout. He did promise, I don't think it's MMO. It did, yeah. Like I said, the way it would probably be. If there is going to be any building in that game, which I sincerely doubt, it will be something like the Heartfire system in Skyrim, But we're never going to really know, guys, until we see some real gameplay, And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hi, Jamie. Hi, how are you? How have you been? Keeping well, I hope? Yeah. I did hear him at the end. He said over 1,000 worlds, but that's Todd. I thought Microsoft would keep him in check. But, there might be a few tiny asteroids floating around that he counted as well. It's hard to know. It all depends on how much freedom you have in the game, When it comes to the ship, if you can adjust it and, work towards, making it better weapons, better armor, better mining gear, recruiting, it has the potential of a good game. Whether they're going to make it that way is another thing. Starfield, Jamie, yeah. We all seen the Bethesda thing. They could probably just use real galaxies. They'll probably be based on them, yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I am as well. But I don't trust them anymore, Joe. No, the Medjourn show no gameplay of any building whatsoever. The little that we seen wasn't the actual gameplay, cutscenes and all that kind of stuff. So we really haven't a clue what to expect. And he was quite careful not to say. The only thing he did really say, and I don't believe, he said there will be over 1,000 worlds to explore. But this is Todd. Exactly, Joe. Yeah. It's that's what I was saying, Something like that. No, they didn't announce a release date, Joe. I'd say if there is Jammy, it will be set, if you know what I mean, where you dump in a ton of resources and then it builds, that kind of thing, like they did in Hardfire. I think so. Yeah, I think so. I'm not that into space games, but because of the small, well, every one I've ever played is always like little small move around areas and uh, kind of not the sort of thing I like. But with a with a game, let's say, from those crowd, they're into the like Skyrim, lots of moving around, Fallout 4. So I wouldn't mind it in that sense. Oh yeah, it will. Oh, definitely they'll release it on physical disc. But it's hard to know anymore, isn't it? The way it's going. Well, it's going to be interesting, I will say that. But I hope it's not a fiasco, like their last couple of major releases. Unplayable, and then maybe in 12 months' time, barely playable. You know, tons of bugs and that kind of thing. Well, we'll see. It's hard to know. But yeah, I would imagine it will be available on disc. But the other stuff, yeah, they had a ton of stuff, but it was very. There was even a couple of 2D ones. I think the way it is with Microsoft, I don't think they've got a really big game library they can call their own. And I think what they're doing is, and I think they will be doing it for the next few years, is churning out as much stuff as quickly as they can to make up like a big library, and maybe a few of the IPs they bought will be working on something major. But I think the most stuff they're going to churn out is going to be very average, middle of the road stuff. Out from what we're hoping, let's say, from the likes of Starfield. I did see one offering by Obsidian, and I was not impressed. Hmm. Yeah, they probably would have doing a better game. They probably would have. They probably would have doing a better one. The problem is what I want, and I think what a lot of people want as well, is another Fallout 4 or another Skyrim. I can't see why, you know, I know they want to get off that, they want to do something different and that, but, the money's there, the people want it, and, they could work on that, and, I should design a game for them and hand it to them. On the only way, yeah, would be to actually make it and give them all the royalties. They might then. But I don't mind them trying other stuff, but they've been stuck for the last decade on two silly MMOs. But we'll see. But to be honest, out from Starfield, I did not see one game there that I would be interested in. And they said that's what they're going to release within the next 12 months, which means that's what they're going to release within the next 2 years. Because, a lot of them will be postponed and put back. At least 12 months. Yeah, in my opinion too, Joe. Yeah, exactly. In my opinion. Maybe not in everyone's opinion, but definitely in my opinion. Yes, you'll be able to choose whether you want to be a diplomat or probably a warrior, fighter, engineer, and that. Hmm. And then there'll be a subsection, which is kind of common. It was. I've never played it, but it was something like that in Mass Effect as well, and a lot of the old games. Where you choose that and then a subsection. Hmm. Yeah, or even I would say no matter what you chose, if you I think you're always going to be able to survive that. But I think they made it kind of interesting in that sense, you know? Probably. They didn't say that, so I wouldn't be expecting too much. The way it is with those games, no matter even what they say, you can disregard to a certain extent as well. It's only when it's actually released can we be 100% sure what you can and cannot do in it. Yeah. I remember, let's say, on the other games, like Fallout 4 and that, um, it was a lot different than what this said it would be. A lot of things they said would implement and never did. And they did a few things they said they wouldn't that kind of worked out okay. So you never really know, you know, just because they say something, you know, until it's actually made. But the like of that game, it would be best to leave it for a good few months after release before getting it for them to clean it up, because you know it's going to have issues. Yeah, I would probably. All I know of it, Captain, is, you know, what I've seen, let's say, officially from that games company. You'll hear a lot of stuff on the internet, but it's all conjecture and rumor. You know what I mean? You'll hear tons of stuff. But unless you get an official announcement, you can't really trust it. 99 times out of 100, these guys are just, you know, kind of regurgitating, let's say, rumors on the internet or people's hopes and wishes more than what the company is going to actually do with the game. There's another Mass Effect. Yes, I heard there is going to be another Dragon Age. And as long as it's not an MMO, I'll definitely be playing it. I don't think that's how the drive-in speakers work. Oh no, I've just left them here. Just out of the way. I'll put them up later. Yeah, I wouldn't be expecting too much. It's the kind of thing, let's say, you'd want to leave it release for about 6 months. You know, let everybody have their go, getting frustrated with bugs and stuff, and then watch some actual gameplay before you could judge that game. There is some IPs and some games, let's say, where you could even pre-order and know you'd be getting a game you kind of half like, but this is something different from them. So they might get it right, and then they might try to be too different and make it a very mediocre game. It's hard to know. I think I might have. I'm not sure. I seen Top Gun, Caveman. I'm not sure about the other one. Yeah. We've been burned too many times. Like Cyberpunk, you know, sent that home to a lot of people. You know, although they did get slapped for that one, I must say. Kind of feel sorry for him, and I don't. You know, you have to. There has to be repercussions for doing something as nasty as that. And they got a real grilling, Cyberpunk, in their own country, Joe. Um, Apparently the revenue they were making was, let's say, because the economy there was pretty small, was pretty important. But I think the government threatened to seize a portion of their profits if they didn't get their act together. So I kind of got scared, you know. I have a ton of other games I can play while they fix the bugs. Yeah, after releasing Terminator 2 and Avatar and Aliens. Oh, cool. Sounds quite good. I'll make sure and catch it when I get a chance to, Caben. But I remember the old one. Now, I'll get the top section in on this, and then we'll see if I can kind of push it out. We'll make the other section going around. Might work. But I think this is what we'll be going with here. The bottom section, well, that will be actually a building, but I'll get around to that in a moment. Whoops. Come on. Oh yeah. I never built the rest of them. It doesn't really matter, we'll get these in. Then we'll see how she looks. Okay, where are come on. There. Wrong one. There you go. And of course we're going for steel. Of course we are. There. Okay, we'll get our steel and then we'll know exactly what we need. But you can see what I'm kind of going for on this. You know, kind of smooth look on it. And then I want to put another piece on the inside again, about a half square back. Oh, you'll see it again. Oh, that's cool. Hi, Brandon. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I looked a while yesterday. I hope you're well. Oh, fine, thanks. Yeah, just had a kind of rough day yesterday, but I'm over it. I'm feeling pretty decent today. I hope you're doing well, Brandon. Hi, Roadrunner. Oh, fine, thanks. And thanks for the host, Roadrunner. I appreciate it. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. But I fixed all this here the way I wanted to. I got the fencing done, but never glitched the pieces at the end. I did all the little pieces. Remember, that was off here. So that's all ready. And I eventually got around to fixing this. But I'll be covering it and fixing it later, but it's fully sealed in now at least, you know. Yeah, not feeling well does, yeah. It's just sciatica, it comes and goes. It's something I know a lot of people are living with it. I'm trying to get a decent look on this one, so I wanted to match the other guy, and I've just left these here out of the way. And eventually, when I'm putting in my cars, I'll space them properly. I seen some put 100 nuke mines on a bridge and then sniped them. Oh my god. I don't think to be as quite as big as boom as you would think. But that would be actually a little bit fun to watch. I seen another guy, he made a large gauntlet of missile turrets, and then had an army of synths attack it. When I say an army, I mean hundreds of synths. He was obviously paying on PC. Right, let's keep going with this. Well, once I get the outside done, I just want to make sure I get it proper. And we need some steel. And these I can actually cover. Well, at least I'm hoping I can. Here I can put some of the roof ornaments and stuff, you know, make it look like some kind of machinery once we go out that's running this place. But I want to go a half square back because, you know, back or one or maybe even a half, it all depends. So we can have our balcony up here and covered in as well, but, you know, keeping back from this main building. That's important, I do that. Now, these I'm thinking would work. Well, they're better. Yeah, they seem to. That's not good, is it? No. They come out way too far. But it shouldn't be an issue if I double the walls. I didn't expect to do this. That's a pity. This is going to take time to put together, guys. I can see this caused me all kinds of problems. You know, getting the snaps going on these. There. Okay, let's see. I think if we double it over, it shouldn't be a problem. Playing the new game, my god. I need a break. Oh, nice. You play... No, I've never played a captain, if you're referring to me. Oh, Jurassic World, I think she got you. Oh, Jurassic Park, sorry. I was looking at it earlier. How do you like it? Okay, I'll keep working on this and I'll see if it's any way possible. And I think it will. You know, once we get the other piece in. It's gonna be a complicated little guy. Oh. No. That's not gonna work, guys. Because I'll tell you why we can't put... Isn't that so stupid? There is no... You gotta be kidding me. I wonder, can we glitch those pieces in? That is horrible. Because squaring this would be really ugly. Ah, that's a shame. That is a shame. But I think I can glitch them. That's made a reasonably small job into a horrible, nasty job. And what can I do? I have no choice. When dealing with killer animals, yeah. A character in a game, customize your personality and such into the real world. I was younger, I was obsessed with... Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yeah, Sims. Okay. Okay, we'll get the pieces up and we'll do our best with it. but it's going to be a one-piece system, unfortunately. So we'll just get our caps on and then we'll worry about trying to cover that, but if we can, that's going to be a big issue. We'll have to glitch with those other pieces if we turn the snapping off, but it'll be nasty. There's none of these that are actually two-sided. But I will say, these ones are two-sided. Oh, Croc. Oh, I think that's a lot better. I didn't see those guys, unfortunately. That's a lot better. I just gotta make sure they snap. I didn't see that silly piece. There, that's gonna save us a lot of work. There we go. Pity I didn't see it earlier. I haven't used these top pieces before. But I think this would work now. Make sure that they pop in correctly. Frustrating. Yeah, that would do. That would do. Yeah, that would definitely do. The gems above their heads look like bits. Yeah, I thought I could skin it over. I didn't see the caps on the other side, to be honest. I didn't see the caps on the other side. I was in a kind of a rush putting it up. But this is just the start of what I need to do here. I just want to make sure the outside is kind of fixed, and then I can, you know, move along to the other pieces. I should be able to get it from here. This will be open as a kind of pathway, I think. And this will work. I've never used these pieces before, so I wasn't sure if they had that piece. Steam is having a sale right now on games. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're building our indoor cinema, Joe. So the main hall will be here and the balcony up top. But I wanted to blend the two systems into one and making it look like, you know, what we've done with the screen. So I've used the same pieces. Now here I'm going with glass and pillars, and I'll be doing the floor as well. So this won't be a garden anymore. And then I'll be coming around this and hiding this section. And this will be a kind of lounge area and a bar down here. And our entrance will be here as well, whereas our entrance to our enclosed cinema will be here, if you know what I mean. Yes, I am. Yep, I'm making an indoor one as well right here with a balcony. Hmm. And kind of blending this into it. And that we won't have room then, let's say, for doing anything else, and that's good. You know, just a large building at the back. But we still have a nice full square around for our pathways. You know, going all the way around, which might be something like this, or I might try something different as our pathways going around. Yeah, I still have a few things I've got to work out on it, but this is the best plan. I'll step back about half or a full square from here for our balcony system. But a balcony system will only be on one side, depending on where we have our screen. So I'm thinking that we put our screen right here. And we'll size another TV, but it won't be as big. And then I'll do all the drapes and make it look, you know, the way it should be. No, I always wanted to get an indoor one here as well. Remember from the very start, I said I was going to put one here. Exactly. Better not overcharge. Exactly. I always said I was going to do the drive-in, and if I could get away with it, you know, an indoor cinema as well. Oh, hi Sach. Hi, how are you? How have you been? Keeping well, I hope? Now I've got to use a Q-tip. Earphones are making my ears quite itchy. It's just a matter of trying to get a shape. I normally wouldn't pick, you know, this kind of metal thing, but it will be different. And then we really had to match, you know, what we did up here on this, so we could get the two looking the same. So, what have you been up to, Sach? It's going to take a bit to get it together, but it should work. Now, you see that tree appearing? That's a common enough thing. Now, let me see. Oh, we can fill in our little bits and then we can put our capping on. And then we can see where we're going once all of that silliness is done. And that's it. This I'll have to close over, guys. So we will be getting rid of that doorway. You know, just going up to the projector room. But I can make a stairs coming up here, it's not a biggie. Alamo Draft House is the best movie theaters. Nice. I guess I might have missed where you said you wanted to do an indoor theater, yeah? Well, not much lately. Some bad things, some good things. Yeah, just how life is. Yeah. Now, we get these little bits on here. We won't be doing that, will we? I think we have them here, and this would probably do. Oh, hang on. We need the top ones. There it is. Come on now. I wonder will I this is a bit strange. We'll do it from here. We'll see what the corners are like. I hope this doesn't give me too much grief. Of course it's gonna give me grief. I suppose if I have to go that way, I have to go that way, but that's definitely not the way I wanted it to be. I think the other thing was kind of working as a snap point. Oh, hi, Igma, and hi, Hufflepuff. Oh, I'm doing fine, thanks. Hufflepuff, and hope you're doing well also. Good news, such. I'll keep you in my thoughts and prayers for a good outcome. Totally. How have you been, guys? Yeah, we're in a kind of a bit of trouble here. I think these ones are not snapping it. They're okay to fill in, but they're not snapping the pieces. No, we scrapped all of the other guys. Drat. I hate it when this happens, yeah. But there is a way around this, fortunately enough. So what we do is remove that. And we'll use one of these as a snap point. Oh, of course, that's actually wrong. That's where our problem was. I didn't realize that. Oh yeah, that's totally wrong. That's my fault. This can be extremely annoying. Beyond words. Oh my god. We're in game, for real. I suppose to be a good investment right now. Owners are losing, yeah, their shirts. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah, I can't get this stupid thing to snap. Oh, come on, Croc, you nearly had it. See, it's gonna snap on this. Got it, at long last. There. Now I get this piece back in, and at least we'll only have to do this stupid thing once. Unbelievable, isn't it? There! Gotcha. There we go. Right. We need to get this here out of the way. Get this guy back in. And then do the same process, trying to fit this one in again. Against the grain, so to speak. There we go. Right. Let's carry on. It's really not gonna work, is it? Hmm? I don't think it's gonna work. These ones only work from the far side. We might be in trouble getting this to snap. That's what they're losing money on. I spent 30 minutes getting a wall to snap. Same place. Unbelievable, isn't it? I'm hungry. I don't want to get up. Oh. Make some British breakfast. Nice. Nasty little thing. I know exactly what it is. It's the piece. Now watch this. See what I mean? That one won't go. I might have to do exactly what I said I was going to do to get this stupid thing to snap. Oh, hang on. Hang on. There might be a way around this. There we go. There we go. There. Have it. Just need a little help. There it is. Okay. That's how I'll deal with that one. We use one to line up the other one. And that should work. Worked it out. Beans on toast. From what I hear, there's popcorn shortage, so everyone stock up on popcorn. Nice. There, we can make this work, I think. Oh, that's wrong. Now... I should have this done pretty shortly. I can concentrate on the other stuff. There. We got it. We're done. Lurk mode for me. Good night, everyone. Good night, Joe. And thanks for stopping by and lurking. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest and great day. Stay safe, Joe. Bye. So, Croc, what have I been up to? Oh, not much. Just messing about with this and every second day playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Just the usual stuff. Yeah, pretty boring. You know, pretty so-so. The same kind of stuff all the time, really, such. No, I don't think we have that company here, Captain Caveman. don't remember seeing it in any of the stores. Okay, so that's our first draft on this. Now, that's pretty good. Now we do the bottom in a minute. I need to figure out what we're doing with the other one. About a half square, I'd say, and we can push back on a half square. So, let's see. I'll close in that guy in a moment. So, I wonder with a full square, what would it be like? Maybe... I doubt it, but we'll see. It has fake meatballs. Subway here in my country have been warned by the trading standards guys. The bread they use for the rolls is not actually bread. It can't be classified as bread. There's too much sugar in it. There's a lot of that going around, yeah. And I think there was something about the meat in Subways. It's the tuna, wasn't it? Tuna wasn't actually tuna. Yeah, you want to be careful what you're buying. Or eating. Now, how am I going to manage this? Yeah, I'm thinking a half one on this, and we can really open this out, but do we want to? I want to be keeping back a good bit on this, guys. And then we can keep it, let's say, from here with our wall. Half on here, but we'll need some kind... Well, here we could always, get our stairs up here in the center on each side. And that could be going up to our balcony. But that would mean we would probably have to put our screen here. Which wouldn't be bad, I suppose, we're coming through. Yeah, okay, screen goes here. Now, so if screen goes there, and what we're coming back here, but we'd have to come down. Okay. Let's see. We're putting another one down here. Not sure about that one. It would have to be from here. Right, let's get a few walls in and then we'll see. Yeah, that would be okay from there. Oh, I'd have to, yeah, we're gonna manage this. Where's our half ones? Ah, that's ridiculous. No half ones. Unbelievable. Okay, I'll start with my doorway then. Where is the doorway? There. See, that's gonna push down too far. Always been a hassle, this. We'll have to glitch our door in anyway, that's a certainty. Let's get our sidewalls up on this. I don't think we'll need a trim for the best part. I was hoping for glassing coming across. I think glass would be a better system. Oh, I definitely have to push one on the other side. Well, like that, anyway, for starters. We'd have to take one of these out here. And we definitely have to go back maybe 2 pieces. Yeah, that's good enough because we're keeping our side piece as well. But how would we manage with the corners? We should get away with it. We should get away with it. And then we'll be getting rid of, let's say... Yeah, we'll take these out. I can design a stair system, I suppose, on each side coming up here. Definitely here, you know, before we go on any further. Let's see if we got a... We don't have one of these in a half. Have we? Not even a hope of having one in a half. We gotta go with these. So... we would be using that. And that would be our little way in, I'd say. That would work. And then we'll, you know, figure out our stairs and all of that. Went partying this weekend and everyone treated me like an old person. Oh my. It's sweet that they're looking out for me, not drinking too much or smoking, but still. Nice. I shall be lurking. No problem, Hufflepuff. I need to try to get some sleep. I have to wake up super early in the morning. I hope you get a good sleep, Hufflepuff. And thanks for stopping by and chatting and lurking. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Hufflepuff. Bye. The system is a little different here, I suppose, being older, especially with a large extended family. It's a little different. It's kind of hard to explain. But yeah, kind of like that. Kind of like that. Oh, this has got potential. If I can get, you know, the top section on and get a decent shape on it, it's got potential. Especially if I can blend it in on the other side. It'll come together slowly. few little problems I've got to excuse me, work out. That's possible. Very, very possible. It's ideal for signage as well, you know. It's just about the right size. Let's see where I've got these ones. Oh, come on, you're in here somewhere. Really? That's the problem with this menu. We could use something like that, I suppose. Not too gone on that. What's that like? Just as bad. Just a smaller one. Too small. We'd have to glitch in one of these larger ones. I knew it was going to be glitching. There we go. Oh, I see the problem. I see the problemo. Now, we can get this to snap. By doing this, we create a snap point for it here. There we go. I'll do the carpets and stuff in a moment and the flooring here, but okay. Ain't gonna work. No problem. I was expecting something like this. So, change of plan. I was expecting this because I wanted to cut in the other piece as well. Sleep ball, yep. Well, for me it's mostly because I had... Oh my. Oh. I need to be treated with caution. Yeah. It was really stages and removed by surgery, so I should be able to live normally. Oh, that's some good news, such. And I hope, I hope it gets better. But I do have some relatives, it was very successful. But yeah, you'll have to, you definitely have to keep an eye on that one. You'll go to all your regular checkups, and if you have any discomfort at all, definitely get it checked. Come on now. There, we push this one back again. Yes, we have no choice. So, there we go. And that would be our stairs. I can put the front in and the doors in a second, and we have a little seating area. We glass it off, and looks like we're going with this stuff. That's about the only thing that would work. I might be able to do something with the side pieces as well. Now, let's figure out a floor plan. It's a bit narrow, but where did I say I was putting the balcony? Here. The screen, so my problem with this is we would have to remove this. The screen would have to be, yeah, that would have to be removed. And what's that, a 4-1? We'd have to go 4-1 across. We might get it. There. And then we'd have to come right across by here. It's keeping out a good bit. That would probably work, let's say, as our balcony. Might be a bit low. I wonder if I can use the skylight system on this. Kind of a bit iffy here, but I'm not sure if I have the pieces. And this, I think I've got pieces in this, and we'll come back around. I can't until I put the flooring in. Okay. Let's see, could we see the screen from here? Ah! You want a screen pretty high. Oh. I can build around here on this, I'd say. That would probably work. Now, how do we get this, you know, straight up? Well, you could sacrifice a half piece. That would work. That would work perfectly. That's how we'll do it. It would be in line with the stairs as well. Where is this one? Half piece. I don't think I have half pieces, so I could use 2 of these and then hopefully not a bad idea to actually do a 2-story either, but that might be a bit high. Oh, we'll see. Never say never. Let's see what it looks like from here. No, it's not that high. That would have to be blended down. There's no way we'll get away with a full one of these, but we can work that out in a moment. I think just one, really. My big problem on this will be the stupid the fittings on the inside. I wonder would this work. There. Okay. Ah, the half pieces are absolutely gonna destroy me. Well, I will be able to get a snap on this, I'd say, and you know, we can work a half piece from that. You're going through checks every 3 months to be safe. That's good. That's good. Medical insurance, otherwise I will go bankrupt. Oh my, yeah. There's a system here, and let's say where, you know, you'll always get the treatment. But yeah, medical insurance is good. And it's lucky you had it. Yeah, it would, yeah, literally do that. But yeah, you definitely need to keep your checks going. Let me see. Well, we'll be using a ton, and I mean a ton of curtains in here, so in that sense it won't be too bad. Now from here we should be able to get our snap. Oh, come on. Oh, that stupid thing. There. Now let's see. Perfect. Now we need steel. I definitely want this on the outside, to be honest. You know? I think that would be the way to go with this. And then, you know, if we have to glitch something on the inside, we'll probably have to change it slightly regardless. Okay, we get some steel. I knew this was going to be a bit complicated, but once, you know, we get this done, once we get our shape, then we can sort it out. And we can sort it out. Goes a little further than we would have liked, but it should work. Giving us our little walkway going around as well. And then we'll check the roof and see what our best plan is for that one. Now, I won't be using glass because in a cinema, you know, we need to get it as dark as possible. We've got a full one on this. Well, kind of would have liked to keeping it a half square. But a full one works, I suppose. It's not gonna work on this, is it? Okay. We're gone a bit sideways on this. This is not gonna work from here. And I can't really move the stairs. Well, I'll tell you what we could do. We could... Yeah, maybe. You see, there's no half pieces on this stupid thing. That's killing me. Absolutely killing me. With something like this, you'd have to go pretty high. The only half pieces we have are these, and they're extremely high. Oh, I suppose we have no choice. Let's see how it looks. But most importantly, can we get anything to fit on it? We could be in trouble. You see, it comes out one piece. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. They give me the pieces in this to do it. But not on the other one. It's possible, I suppose. We'll definitely be going with that kind of green stuff. Or that darker grey. That's the only way we're going to make this. Okay. This is going to be fun. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, that's where we want to be with that one. I think this might work. Just take a little bit of working out to get the pieces in. It is pretty torturous. Yeah. Oh, come on. That's wrong. That's right. There. It's gonna be a job, but it can be done. There is gonna be glitching on this guy. That piece is wrong. I need a narrow one. There it is. Oh my. You'd have to have extreme patience for this crappy house. Oh, snappy house, I mean to say. Although the first statement was pretty apt. Oh my. A Freudian slip. Oh, goodness. Unbelievably frustrating. There. What's still possible? Yeah, that must have been. I don't know, I wasn't even thinking about it. I think they call that a Freudian slip, don't they? Oh my. The plan I have is pretty sound. It's just... This is really bugging me here. There. It's a pretty sound plan. It's gonna be fun as well, isn't it? Getting these other pieces in. Once I get them going, I'll have to be going with these ones. You only have sensible pieces that really get me. Well, the easiest way to do this would be to remove these and push them in later. It would save me a ton of time compared to this madness I'm doing here. And it's possible. There. That's a lot better. I think maybe it'll work out for the best anyway, the high ceiling. Oh, you gotta love this mod. There. Yeah, I think it will work. Good. At least we know it can be done. That'll be interesting anyway. this is my third attempt to get this, but I should do it. There. Now. Let the fun begin. Might cause a bit of hassle when I'm getting the drapes in. The drapes, I'll probably do most of that when I'm not streaming. That's going to be interesting. Giving me a half piece to work with would have been handy, but that would have been too easy. I really want this to be bigger too. Really get what you want on this guy. Hang on. We're going down a little bit further than that. What have we got here? A half one. Yeah, okay. We're going out a little bit more. That's where we're going. It's going to be an interesting build. All because of the stairs. All because of a half piece. You don't know half pieces. Aluminum. Oh, it's coming into shape now. Let's see what kind of look we'll have. We'll cap over the top as well. Yeah, we'll get away with it. It's not too bad. As long as we have it a good bit away from the main building. Okay, we'll get some steel as well. Steel. There, we'll sleep and then we get this over with. There's some other interesting pieces I wanted to mess about with as well, but this is delaying me. Where's my soda? I haven't used this stuff much before. I used it in one build in a large, what was it? Not Somerville Place, the other one. Green Top Nursery, yeah. But that was much different. It was a large square building. Pretty easy to put up. But I didn't try anything like this. As long as you can get some shape to this. Now, yeah, that's good. Oh, one more on this. There. Okay. It's gonna force me to move these. Fair enough. About time. Now, we'll push back our floors. I have nice railings and stuff that would really work here, but that's a little bit down the line. The roof. Now, typically in a cinema it would have to be dark, so we can't have any kind of, we have to keep this really dark. So we'll have to go with the same stuff again. Now, I'll need a platform, and we can do, the little edgings as well. But on the bright side, we have plenty of room now for signs. And that's a half piece. It's not a problem. I need to get up here. And I think we'll still be in the green area, will we? Hopefully. Yeah, we are. But I tried a small one of these before. That would, not that much work, it looked pretty decent. But the drapes do tend to take a while. Now, where did I put these guys? Now we could go with the square pieces on this like we did here, but I don't think it would be much of a success. We could use these guys. I'll just have a look and see. Or if not, we can go with the ordinary stuff, but no, you see it's too off. We'll have to keep it with the same shape. Yeah, we'll have to keep it with the same stuff we did there. If I was using that, it would be, let's say, around the side, but I don't think, yeah. Yeah, the design is coming out, alright. Usually I wouldn't have going that high, but I don't think we had a choice. We're pretty snookered. It all depends on the way we can blend it back into the other one. Yeah, they're nice, but too out of place, if you know what I mean. We would have had to doing something similar on the bottom. We have to kind of keep this kind of curve, I'd say. Okay. That's as far as we go. Ah, the small pieces. You gotta be kidding me. The small pieces are a different size. You are joking me. What is wrong with these guys? I can't understand the guys that make these. The small pieces are a different size. Oh, look. Absolutely different. Now, let's say we could use a large one. That would be... Oh no, we'll have to use all small pieces. But having said that, now, do we have a corner piece that fits these? Can't believe it. Yeah, the size is not there. You see? And now the small pieces. They're for a different one. They're absolutely unusable. You know, even if we decide to go with all of that junk. Let's say like this. Can't believe this. And then we wanted to go in then with our small piece here. You see, it's the wrong size. Nice. It doesn't work well when you have to do half pieces on anything. It's an absolute disaster. I do have a plan. I do have a plan. I'd have to say it before I try it. It's kind of risky. But I do have a plan. It would save our half-piece issue. But the problem is it would cause another half-piece issue. I can't cut this in. We need this. Oh, we can move this forward. Oh, Croc, you silly little bugger. You silly little guy. I didn't notice this. Yeah, let's get this piece back. Yeah, we can do it. That's providing we can actually get back up. Yeah, I think I can sort it. We'll have a little back end here, but I can... Okay. I think I have a way around this. I was wondering where I got the half piece from. It is. But if they had the corresponding pieces, it would be nice. But in their defense, I'd say they're made for a kind of set piece. And I just put all the pieces that's needed for, let's say, the type of bills. There. We've got our problem fixed. Oh, torturous. Absolutely torturous. A snappy house sometimes would test the patience of a saint. There you go. Yeah, the small pieces didn't fit, they're only for the lighter ones. The lighter ones don't cover these. There it is. We should get what we need now. You know, we have a 4-piece. There, okay. Let's do this again. Second time's a charm, is it? Oh. I don't want those ones. Where is the ones we were using? Ah, here they are. We still have that problem of one piece. Oh, hi, Laya. Hi. How are you? Keeping well, I hope? Yeah, we're kind of suffering on this. Let's see if we got a lighter one. Literally suffering on this because the pieces are not here. There. Now let's check the small ones. It'll probably be the same issue. No. Perfect. Okay. I think we'll get away with this one. Good. Just hanging out with the dogs. Ah, fine, thanks, Lyle. And hope you're doing well also. Yeah, we finally came up with some kind of design for this. But we've been kind of suffering on this. Some of the pieces are not there for what I want to do. But I think we finally have it. I think we finally have it. Now, and I'll just get this little thing in and I'll show you what we've been doing, Lyle. Nearly there. There, and I can come up here in a minute and we can fit the other pieces in, you know, just to cover the roof. Oh, hi TM. Hi. How are you? Keeping well, I hope? Yeah, this is what we've been doing, guys. Lie on TM and I'll put that piece in a moment. We just saved that. So this is Starlight Drive-In. So we've managed to, you know, do some groundwork on this as well. But I managed to size TV I had. I was really lucky. And that's the maximum size. But it kind of worked out just about right. Doing alright. Good. Tired as usual. Nice. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Doing pretty well. I hope you've been doing well also. Travelling mother. So I've skinned over this. And I've used this stuff I haven't used in a long time. It's kind of industrial stuff. So this will be for our cars coming in. And this will be a walk-in area once I get to fix it up. But as usual, I've been doing it in bits and pieces. It's going to take a bit to put this together. I haven't sorted out a plan, let's say, but it will look a lot better than this, and fencing and stuff, and this will be our kind of drive-through screen here. Obviously we've still kept the building, no way of scrapping it anyway. This will need a lot of work. That will need a ton of work. Then I'll probably have bathrooms or something in here eventually, once I get it sorted out. And then this will be an enclosed cinema, a bar, and maybe a little bit of a restaurant or something. Really not sure yet. I will be hiding all of this as well. It's going to take a bit of work to get it together. Now, there's something I'm wondering here as well. Did we actually go high enough? Oh, you've never seen it? Oh, why thank you. I'll show you that in a moment. I'll load it up. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, Croc. Oh my goodness. I was wondering why it wasn't fitting correctly, guys. You see? My very first piece was wrong. Look at this. It's down too far. It's supposed to be there. Oh, that's nasty. But it's never seen the build. Yeah, I'll travel right back there. I'll have to reset this. I didn't notice it. Remember what I said about the very first piece being right? I suspected it was off when I seen this. Here. I did leave a small enough space for this would snap. And I just copped it there a moment ago. Ah, drat. It won't take much to, that's brutal. That is brutal. But fixable. I know exactly what I want anyway. I know the way we're gonna have to do it. Put me back about 40 minutes. Half an hour, I suppose. Drat. And everything worked out so well. Okay. I didn't notice. It snapped on the wrong place. Yeah, this is the finished job at Hangman's. That was a silly mistake. The reason why that won't do is when I'm fitting all my doors and other stuff in, I happen to hope of getting the doorway in. I was wondering why I was having so many problems. So we went with this, TM and Lyle. Outside it was really the best we could do. Now we have a kind of fake Hancock inside. We dressed a ghoul in Hancock's clothing. Couldn't get a Hancock because he's not a companion yet. You need to do his quests. And we have our sign here, chems, and this is a Hancock sign. We need drugs. No, seriously. Do you need some? I've got chems for sale. Come visit me in Good Neighbour. John Hancock. Now inside we've got our fake Hancock.
Yes.
And of course we got our ghoul dancers. And I used Gorak outfits.
Huh?
We got a raider. Oh, excuse me, drinking here, and all the staff are ghouls. Ghoul barman.
Yes.
And of course our singer.
Huh?
We got our little DJ booth. Don't they? And back here, a kind of smoking section. This was a horrible settlement to build because of all the glitching. But Starlight is looking to be just as awkward.
Yeah?
And our bar is finished as well.
Got a dangerous look about you. Hope you ain't here for me.
And of course our back entrance, we've got this guy checking out the power armor stands here. Our bikes. And we managed to cover this over as well. And of course our back entrance.
If you work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
Yes.
And then we managed to put a little gym in here. And of course our sign and our wind turbine. We put a little laundry area here. And our bathroom. This goes into our gym.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
Oh, these are the ones I was looking for a minute ago, guys. I forget where they are. Those kind of skylight sections. I know it's somewhere in Snappy House. I think you've seen the bedroom. And we did another kind of patio area here. This one I didn't put in any glass, I just left it open.
Farming's
You can
as
kind of
honest
see down in
as work gets.
the bike park.
Lost track of how many blisters I got.
And of course our sign. And that's it, guys. It's everything that was done on Hangman's Alley. Took 100 hours. About the same time it took to do Croup Manor. So yeah, for a small settlement, it took some time. But it was fun.
Yes.
And that's it, guys. Oh, well, thank you, DM. And now let's get back to I made a massive mistake on the foundations of the indoor cinema I was making. I didn't see the snap beneath the groundwork. Yeah, fancy. Can't believe I made that mistake. I should have checked. You see what I've done here? Everything was lined up on the first walls that came in here. Well, you can't really see it now, but it was a major, major mistake. That's a lot of time, but what can we do? Yeah, we lost a bit of time. Why, thanks, Nimber. I really messed up on this. I should have realized it was too low from this. I did my measurements correctly, but I failed to see that the first piece of wall I put in that I based my roof section on glitched a little bit too low. It snapped on a different spot. I'll show you where it should have been. It should have been that high. And to be honest, I should have copped on when, you know, when the wrong side was in. And that was a massive mess up. So that means the entire building is that much too low. But I keep saying it time and time again, you can't get the first piece wrong. If you do, everything else you do after that is a waste of time. That's where it should have been. Oh, get it. It's a pity. Not impossible to fix. That's where we should have been. You see? Right there. Now moving this is not enough because the entire building was based on that level. And there you see, it goes right over the roof, exactly the way it was intended. Yeah, just because of one snap from the very start. I keep saying that your first piece has to be absolutely perfect. I didn't notice it glitched into the ground, but it won't take as long as you think. We spent most of the time figuring out what went where and working out the little problems, but now we know what goes where and the little problems, so it will go pretty quick. Well, we'll fix this so I don't have to figure out the design we were using again. And yeah, we do the best we can with it. That was a silly little mistake. It's a pity because I worked the measurements out correctly. Moving the roof is not enough. All the doors and stuff. I should have realized when I was putting that stairs in, guys. Remember I said we'd have to glitch it. It won't take us as long as we think. This was the way I intended it to fit. Yep. Live and learn. Now, I can't exactly be using them, I'd say, because I'd say that would give us problems inside with it. Oh yeah. I'll have to find something else for that guy. Yeah, we'll work that out later. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. We'll get through it quickly. You'd be surprised how many times that happens. Taken for granted that something has snapped correctly. Well, usually it does. 9 times out of 10 it will snap correctly. Actually, it's better to store these. Faster, anyway. Than moving them out of the way. Well, we can do it in large sections then. Pity. Oh, that will go up pretty quick anyway, so. Yeah, we'll get this side first. I once had to migrate a small 2x2 square hospital building a few meters forward, but that doesn't quite compare to redoing a large building like the means of this. Not as hard as you think. Most of the time was spent out figuring out the problems. That's why I'm always saying about, your first piece. But this is simple compared to if you get the foundations wrong. Yeah, it's game over then. The measurement was right. I didn't notice that the silly thing, it snapped a little low. Now, we might be able to change this a little bit. But the problem is, probably not, because, yeah, we didn't have the rounded pieces. Pity. Now, let's see what we've got. Yeah, we originally wanted to use these. It might be for the better. But these, we only have, square edges. Pity. That's what stopped us the first time. Now, let's get this back. Yeah, all of this was wrong. This will go pretty quickly, I'd say. There's a small piece. There we go. Not as bad as we think. Right, that's the floor section. Oh, hi Kilo. How are you? My community has a name now. Nice. The Reporium of Reapers. Nice. My raid didn't go all full on. Yeah, it did. It's just come in now. And thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How have you been, Reaper? How have you been keeping? Yeah, we made a slight mistake on this, but we have it rectified. I was wondering why this didn't work out. Ah well. Now. Mistakes will happen. Now these are wrong. Is going a half one on this, isn't it? No. I think it's right, isn't it? Going in line with this. We'll leave it there for the time being. Now. We'll do our top edge. That's unfortunate. So, how have you been, Reaper? I forgot some pieces, it looks like. Yep. Let's see if we got all of these. Yeah, I think we got them all. We can go in with the second one now. Pretty much. There. That's our level. I should have realized when it was so close to the roof. Just when you get caught up in the building. Okay. first these little pieces. There. See how it's pushing it down? I'll sort that out now in one moment. Yeah, I'll sort that in 1 second. Where's those pieces we were using? These. I'll have to move these ones out regardless anyway. There we go. What's wrong? Oh, come on. Silly thing. There. Okay. Okay, so far so good. And that's the level where we should have been. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Not as much as you'd have to do, I suppose. There. Really? Okay. Gotcha. What's wrong? And that's wrong. Oh my goodness. There. That's wrong. Gotcha. That is so wrong. There. Now. There. Right, we're then back as far as there. So, let's get the rest of this in. Where's the wall trims? There they are. I'll get this silly little thing done. For this to work, we need at least to snap one in properly. Easier said than done. There it is. That's the old tree. Now, you see the way that old tree popped up? That's one I scrapped. But I was often working in places like Handman's Alley and stuff. And let's say when you're building in a certain way, you'll see these things. I've seen pieces of buildings that were never there before, so I'm guessing, you know, when they were building that, they changed their mind and removed some of the stuff. I would imagine. Now, let's make sure I got the right pieces in here. Yeah, pretty much. Mm. Really? There. Almost done. Soon it'll be as good as new. Okay, should help a bit. Ah, come on. We need what? 2 more of these. Right. Now that's our entire wall section up. We'll very shortly be back to where we should be. I can see the difference in the height already, even though it's just a tiny bit. Oh, hang on. Missed one. There. Now let's clear this weather. At least the doors and stuff were going correctly. That would have been a nightmare. I should have realized with the stairs what was going on. That's what happens when you rush. More haste, less speed. I think that's how the saying goes. Now, Round 2. Okay, we'll get our stairs in. No, actually, I can put those little pieces up first so we can use this before we get our stairs in. But I just have to get these out of the way for a moment. Now back here, and we're using these guys. Quite a few of them. That's exactly where we were. Oh, hold it. Oh, hold it. That's wrong. Ugh. Yeah, we'll suffer the same fate we did the last time. Oh my god. These are all wrong, I can tell you. Oh, I'll work that out in a moment. Okay. I see wrong way around. There we go. And that's what was causing the problem. Now I can use these guys. Yeah, these are always the nastiest ones, but not clearing that stuff off the top didn't really help me, did it? No, this is wrong. See what I've done here? This is wrong in a silly, silly way. That was the very first mistake we made. There. That's where we should be. Hmm. Frustrating. Cruel. Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, hi. Hi, found that train. Hi. You had whiskey. Nice. We're still at Starlight Drive-In, so I was gonna kind of blend stuff in and make a little indoor cinema as well. How have you been? Oh, hi, Mum's here. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And how have you been keeping? How have you guys been? Yeah, I made a little mistake with the first piece I put in, and kind of paying for it, put me behind a little bit. And now we're fighting with these pieces to try and... Oh my goodness. Trying to put them in, but I think we'll move this out of the way. Might help. I'll show you what I've been doing now in just one tiny moment. I'll just get this little piece in here. That's kind of weird. There we go. Oh. There. Yeah, we're doing, kind of large indoor cinema here, and we'll be blending it back onto this and saving the projector, obviously. Oh, that's good to hear, Mum's here. Fine, thanks. Yeah, and hope you are also. Yeah, whiskey man. So what have you guys been up to? Yeah, this is what we've got. Let me just save it here. So I managed to size a TV screen, one of the few pieces I can. But it kind of worked out decent as, our main screen. We'd list little pieces in, let's say, covering the woodwork on the old TV. Minecraft mostly, nice. I really want to try Irish brew. Poachine, is it? I don't know, do you want to try that? That's pretty strong. Fun. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Yeah, it is kind of retro. Yeah, it's really strong stuff. So the building is still here, we're just covering it over. Yes, I don't want to remember the last 3 days, yeah? I've seen at the last of that stuff. Take out the biggest guy, that Poachine. It tastes like rocket fuel. I still have a lot of work to do here. I might try and dome this over. And I still have some work to do on this as well. But it's coming along. Slowly. strong stuff. I think he's referring to, let's say, our version of moonshine, Mum's here. But it's called pochine. But, to be honest, I wouldn't be drinking it. But it is a decent muscle rub. I've used it, let's say, for aches and pains. It's pretty good. If you ever get your hands on some of it, it's pretty good as a muscle relaxant. Yeah, but that's what we've been doing. There's still a lot of little nitty-gritty work to do on this. Then the decorating will come in. That will probably take forever, especially in the cinema. I can use and make it pretty decent. I can use the red drapes. We'll do all the walls with that. You know, like the way the cinemas used to be in the 70s. I want to make a hole in my liver. Well, you're going the right way about it. Yeah. Our version of moonshine. That stuff will absolutely kill you. But a tiny sip in moderation is not too bad, you know? But I've seen a shot glass of that stuff put up most guys. It hits pretty hard. Yeah, I did a small one before. I can't show it because I lost it due to a save corruption. The 0 kilobyte bug. It was one of the 1 of the 14 settlements I lost. It turned out quite nice for a small cinema. I always said I wanted to do something bigger with a balcony. Moderation is the key, yeah. It's super fun. It'll put you out quite fast. So I wanted a certain look on this and to match this one up. So far it's going good. Just gotta get the top in. We'll have to keep it dark, you know, a cinema. I have a few tricks I can use on it as well. Now ideally, to be honest, I'd want to come down here. I think I'll try it. We'll change the design of this coming down to, you know, 2 parts again from here. If we're going to keep the flow on this. We should just manage to avoid that one. I'm hoping. We'll bring it in close and I'll glitch pieces here and we'll get this grey as well. Should be able to get it, although I'll have... This is a biggie job. Covering that. Depending. I might get lucky, let's say, with snaps along here. We should get away with it. But this is what I've done so far. Now this is not going to be open. I'll be putting flooring in here and there'll be a large kind of lobby. A lot of glass. I need a lot of glass for this as well. Not quite sure what I'll use on it yet. So the balcony area will be here. And I should be able to get the screen, let's say, and I can size them about here. And then I've got those airplane seats in the vanilla stuff. They look really good in a cinema. And then we can drape the sides and I'll need some kind of old school skirting. I have a piece from the vault. That would be ideal. I tried it before. But yeah, it should turn out good. And I've even got in the studio something that would do as a kind of movie camera. You know, that kind of thing. I might light up this section as well. Maybe put a light in the old projector here. You'll get it to shine out a little bit. I can glitch one in. Yeah, I'll show you them. They're absolutely perfect for a cinema. It's a pity I couldn't show you the small one I did, but I lost that one. So I wanted to design it like that, but in a larger scale. Now let me grab a soda. I've been drinking a lot of soda lately, but I've been hitting the salt pretty hard. I'll have to cut down on that salt, or it will cut down on me. But they're vanilla seeding. One of the few things I use from vanilla. I used them one time in an execution. Now I'm starting to mumble. An execution chamber room. That was in Far Harbour. That was a kind of Alcatraz build I did. Did you ever see that Alcatraz build, Mums here? I don't think I've showed that one in months. It was done on Longfellow's cabin. You know that little island, one side of Far Harbour. Although it did come into a lot of problems because it's situated so close to Far Harbour, it's sharing part of a cell, and it kind of got glitchy on me. But we did lots of prison cells and all of that stuff. Here, let me just save this. Yeah, I can show you the seats there. Well, I have to fast travel from here, and this is the only save where I've actually had 4 settlements on it. I was taking a bit of a chance, but then again I had 21 before in one save. But that's Echo Lake Lumber Yard, Echo Lumber, this place in Far Harbour. This is, in my opinion, the second hardest settlement to get looking decent. Well, I'll show you this one in a moment. Now this is... there's usually an attack here as well. You see I've got 4 settlements here. This one is a kind of biker roadhouse. That one is a Children of Adam cultist settlement. And that one there we did the White House at Dalton Farm. And here, and this is Longfellow's cabin. This is the prison. Now, there is a good bit of phasing in this one. It's always been dodgy to build on, especially when you scrap so many trees. So here we start off. You see what I mean about the phasing? On the helipad. See the phasing? We can thank Far Harbour for that one. Oh, we've got our pilot doing the flight check. Our welder back here. And it's a kind of Brotherhood of Steel Ren with a super mutant prison. I got the water tower in just like Alcatraz and a few other things.
Bring it on, Ivan. I can take it.
Now, once I get up here, I'll get a bit stable. There we go. This is our harbour offices. And of course our radio tower. Now, it's a little bit more stable now. I like the chunks in Minecraft. They load slowly sometimes. Yeah, they glitch too. Yeah, I think they call it rendering or something like that. This is our settlement sign. Now, over here we have our cafeteria.
I lost my home when the fog rolled in.
It's a long time ago. Good while ago I done this. I think this was my second build after I lost my save. Now we've got an execution chamber up here. And I don't know what it is about this balcony, but it reminds me of Far Cry. So there's the seating I was talking about. And this is our execution chamber. Yeah, you gotta punish those naughty super mutants. And here we've got an electric chair. So that's our execution chamber. Now here we have obviously our little workout yard. Then we have our workshop here. I had to keep as many trees as possible because of the glitching, but nothing stops the glitching here. Here I use the Wasteland Workshop stuff. Yeah, that's exactly the way they are. The old ones. So this is our workshop. And our factory rooms. I managed to use the Wasteland Workshop. Yeah, kind of workout thing. And the other one is exactly the same over here. And obviously tons of cameras. So that's our workshop. Now, just like the other Alcatraz, we put the lighthouse at the back, right here. And we've got a basketball court here. And our lighthouse. That's our main building, let's say, there. Here we have solitary confinement. And there's just two of these. Oh, why thanks, Mum's here. It's a pity it's so glitchy, but the cell is really bad here. It's way too close to Far Harbour. I know it's sharing the same cell because when I go to the docks in Far Harbour, I get the glitching also. And that's your solitary confinement. Even got the shackles. Now that's that area. That is our showers and bathroom, but let's see if I can see our NPCs. No, we'll have to wait to see him. I have a guy in, that's our sewage system. You know, there's a ton of cells. So we put in a sewage system here and a pump station going out into the ocean. But I had a guy in a hazmat suit digging out the nasty stuff, let's say, from the piping. Oh, why thank you. This is our shower rooms. And the door has gone missing from that. That's cool. I'll have to come back here and fix that. The other side is exactly the same. Now, you'll see the glitching I mean once we're going out. I'm gonna hit the hay, but I'm gonna keep up your voice. It's hypnotic. No problem, Fun Dead Train. Thanks for stopping by, I appreciate it, and hanging out. I hope you have a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Fun. Stay safe. Bye. Now, I see that? Everything disappears. You'll get this on some of the settlements. And this is the leading one. Yet if I turn my back to the ledge, it will all appear again. And it's absolutely nothing got to do with overbuilding. But I suppose, you know, the overbuilding improves the odds of this happening, I suppose. Now the prison itself, but what we will do is, we got here at a bad time, we'll wait till the settlers are reassigned. And then I'll show you this properly. Yeah, there's nobody assigned. Let's wait till I get back to work. Yeah, we just missed him. But my favourite build here in Far Harbour was Dalton Farm. I think I showed you that one, Mum's here. They should be back now. Yep. I always laugh when I see that. And this guy in a hazmat suit digging out the super mutant waste. And that is an absolute scream. Here we get up here where we can have a good look at this guy. Yeah. So that's our sewage system. and it gets pumped, let's say, through here and then, you know, straight out into the ocean. I laughed for an hour when I put that one in. Oh, it's little things like that that can make a settlement. Oh, hi Shadows. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. I could watch the sky all day. Now, inside, we have, well, we split the prison into two sections, A and B, with two wardens. So, let's say, this is section B, check-in. And section A, check-in. Now, unbelievably unstable, but it's always been this way. Now, this is where a stair system, let's say, goes up every level. Oh, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks, and I hope you're doing well also, Shadows. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Never had it, but I was often, let's say, friends of mine got it from time to time. Very, very painful. Extremely painful. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Shadows. So this is block A. And this, I think, turned out pretty well. It's got that kind of penitentiary look. These were cages, and I managed to snap walls around them. So I just got the front piece. The cages, no, they don't look good, but this just looks kind of okay. Now this goes up 3 stories of cells. So there's 72 cells in this prison. Just found out my nephew and niece have the virus again. Oh. Sorry to hear that, Roadrunner. Yeah, I hope they recover quickly. I would say so, yeah. It's pretty painful. Like, I've often had a sore throat, and even that's horrible. I can only imagine how bad that could be. Back talking to sibling. Ah, I see. I had to get a shot, and I kind of have one as well, Shadows. Yeah. But not actually getting the shot, the anticipation of it. I think I was told when I was really young, I had a procedure done that was pretty brutal, let's say, you know, back those days. Huge syringes and stuff, so I think I was around 2. I don't remember it. Obviously, you know, I blocked it out of my mind, but I think, you know, that's why I have, well, I won't say a dread. It make me really uncomfortable. My sibling is not thrilled. I guess they are in their rooms watching movies. Yeah, probably. So that's block A. And block B is pretty much the same. And of course we used the companion, what's his name, Longfellow here, as one of the wardens. And this is exactly the same. I turn off that light. Now, this is bordered by this kind of look. Let's say we did a kind of what would we call this? Utility hallway. And that goes around on every floor. And the main section would have this kind of stuff. And this here is basically our way up to the other levels. And here we have our infirmary. Here, let's see if I can fix the weather. It's really annoying. There, that might work for a little while. So that's our infirmary. It's a pity about the glitching. It's not bad sometimes, and sometimes it's really bad. Starlight. Yeah, it can be. Yeah, it can be a difficult settlement. Oberlin Station. I always found the hardest one was Bunker Hill. What did I do? I did a train station there last time. In Oberlin Station because it was right on the tracks. And a kind of railroad museum, you know, train station. That was the last thing I did there. That was one of the settlements I lost also. And again, this goes around exactly the same as the other, you know, utility hallway. All the way around. There's a back entrance going out to the lighthouse as well. For me, it would be Bunker Hill, followed by Echo Lumber, and probably Outpost. Zamuga or Zaminga, whatever it's called. The castle, once you get over the walls in the castle, it's not too bad. And here we have our Wardens Offices. Yeah, there's actually one for each section, so... And there's Longfellow. We dressed him in a Maxim outfit. And you see the numbers in the cells that say on each section. And we have a file for each cell. And this is exactly the same in every way, except for one thing. You see this sign? Block A files. This is a complete replica, except for the B. And again, that goes all the way around. Oh, good morning, Pinecone. Hi, how are you? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah, I was just showing the guys the prison build I did. I roughly based it on Alcatraz. The best I could. You know, the water tower. I'd say the design on the outside and, you know, the water tower and that. Oh, that's good to hear. Fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well. Oh, well, thank you, Mum's here. It's a pity it's so glitchy. But that couldn't be helped. But yeah, this is the back way out to, The lighthouse. And I didn't do nothing in that really, it's just, you know, we run up all the way to the top of the lighthouse. Just put a light in. And maybe this little thingy here. I had to keep as many of those trees as possible to cut down on the glitching. And that's it. That's our prison build. Now, did you? I think you did. Oh, well, thanks, Pinecone. You seen Dalton Farm, Mum's here, didn't you? It's my favourite one from this. That one, we took a shot at the White House on that one. That one is extremely stable. There's none of the glitching. Yeah, and that's it. That's our prison build. Yeah, the outside. Pretty similar. The kind of break front. Pity about the rendering. Yeah, I think you guys seen that one, didn't you? Dalton Farm. Right, I'll load up from here. And we'll get back and we see if we can fix, what was it again? Starlight Driving. Yeah, we've been working on Starlight Pinecone. We got a big screen in, I'd say. And now we're working on, you know, fixing around that silly projector area. We're going to do a little indoor cinema down the other side. And then, you know, large drive-in. Oh, well, thank you, Mum's here. Yeah, I'll show one more before I go. It's my favourite. I always like visiting this place. Dalton Farm. It is a pretty good location. It's not an easy build. I've never found it an easy build because of the buildings, you know, keeping the ground level. I'll run through this one quickly, guys, so forgive me. So here we have our little presidential launch. Our security office. These guys should be in their places, but maybe there was an attack or something. And this is our launch. Strange, she should be sweeping. Let's just sit on this chair for a moment. I think there's an attack going on here. Yeah, I can hear it. There's an attack going on. Oh my god, what is it? I knew it. Yeah, there's an attack going on. Oh my god. Here we gotta load this again. That won't do. And then we fast travel straight out. My favourite settlement. Yeah, that's pretty good. Kingsport Lighthouse. Not as legit settlement, but... Oh, as a player home. It is. Yeah. It's got some nice scenery. Always happens when I go to the second settlement, but it should be okay now. There. Yeah, everyone's okay now. So, this guy's doing his sweeping.
The fog.
As I said, we've got a little lunch here. Our security office. And this is our little harbour area, let's say our way on and on to and from the settlement. So how do I here we go, I'll fix this sweater. There, that's better. Yeah, it's one of those oh, what are they called? Gulpers. Yeah, I know the sound. So that's our harbour. And here we've gone with a kind of ground level greenhouse. This goes all the way around the settlement. And we went with 2-minute men statues and a large fountain. And that's our building there. We also got the Bunker Hill Monument. I got that from the USO mod. And I put it in a large pool, managed to sink it down a bit. But it serves as a good kind of Washington needle in the background. Can't get no darn peace. No, in this settlement from attacks. It's something a little different, yeah. Yeah, it's something a little different. But you see how quickly the weather changes here. I really hate the DOCs in this game because of that. So we've got our little fountain here. And of course our Paul Revere statue. We did a good bit inside as well. It needs about 15 more minutes work because I got an update on Creative Clutter and some of the candles I put inside dropped to the floor. It's only 5 minutes work, but I can never remember to come back and fix it. We got our Franklin grave, and as I said, that goes all the way around the settlement. We can still access the tower. And it's an exact replica of the one in Bunker Hill. Let's see if I can ever get to the top. There we go. Now I'll show you inside the building. Here somewhere. We do have smoke coming from these chimneys, but strangely enough it's only visible at night. And we went with the kind of 1800s look on this because we had no choice. So we've got one guy here feeding fish, and we have 2 agents here as guards at the door. My God, the weather in these DLCs, it's absolutely, it's relentless. Oh, hi. Hi, 88. Hi, how are you? Hope you've been keeping well. I was just showing the guys this build I did in Dalton Farm in Far Harbour. How have you been keeping?
Come on, Dad.
So inside we went with this kind of look. Double staircase going upstairs. 16 rooms upstairs and a reception area here. And of course our receptionist. I dressed them all with sunglasses and clean black suits, you know, kind of like a Secret Service thing. That's our receptionist. Down here we have our press room. And we have our president. He's waiting to give a speech, I'd say. Oh, he's going to be waiting a while. Now, this is the candles I'm talking about. They dropped from the tables because of an update, so I'll have to come back and fix those eventually. They were actually on the table. Over here we have our kitchen.
What the hell is a synth anyway? Eh.
Here we go. Oh, she was looking a little wet. Now, down here we have our dining room. Imagine trying to build here and that weather never stopped. Almost drove me crazy. I think I changed the weather here about 5,000 times. It does have that 1800s feel, doesn't it? Or that old kind of Victorian look. We have our First Lady. And we have our library in here. I was careful not to use any electric lighting, so you know I only use these. So that's the downstairs area. Now upstairs. Small seating area here. Now we've got, let's see, 8 bedrooms down there, and 8 more here, 4 on each side. So this kind of look, and then our tiny little bedrooms. They're all decorated the same. Each one would have a table, candle reed, table and radio. And the same kind of bed and floor mat, so exactly the same. Now this one here, again, exactly the same layout and exactly the same rooms. And that's basically a carbon copy as well, with 4 rooms, and the same here. There's one thing extra we did do here. This is a secret door. So here we have a secret door. And in here we did the Oval Office. Well, it was about as oval as I could get it. This is not exactly the Resolute desk, but we did glitch and size a few pieces together and made something a little original. So that's our desk. And we just put in a little seating area each side. And of course, this goes out to a little balcony area. Now, the only thing of note left here would be, you know, maybe the lighting, but needs to be dark to see that one. And we need to clear the weather. There we go. And that's the kind of look we got. The blue works well with a red, and let's say the starry sky. Now you can see the smoke on the rooftop coming from the chimneys. Did you see how weather can affect the lighting? There we go. And that's Stoughton Farm. Yeah, we had a ton of fun building this one. Right, let's get back to Starlight. That's actually a flag post. So it glitched down a lot here. And then I just put the light on it. Which kind of worked. I think there is a similar one like that. Yeah, it's actually one piece. Oh, no problem, Mum's here. Now. We'll have to double load this so we don't carry any bugs with us. Especially if I'm coming from a DLC. So we loaded this. Now we just loaded one more time. We're gonna load right from here. I can actually feel a difference in the console when I do this. Yeah, it kind of works. It kind of works, especially with the kind of starry sky. I wanted to get a fireworks display in there, and I do have them from vanilla, but I use a mod called Settlement Electricity Overhaul, so it keeps them powered on, unfortunately, 24/7. So I couldn't. Let's say the second I would load the fireworks in, they would go off automatically, which is a pity. I wanted to run them on a switch. And I did 4 settlements, so I couldn't turn it off. I couldn't turn off that mod. But if I had that, let's say, on a separate save, I wouldn't have used Settlement Electricity Overhaul. I would have done it old school, let's say, the electricity. And I would have used the fireworks display. I might eventually still be able to get it done, but that would have been awesome, you know. But Settlement Electricity Overhaul mod, you know, messes up on the vanilla fireworks display. The way it works, let's say the switch is actually power. If you power it up, the fireworks go off, and then you power it down. But the way Settlement Electricity Overhaul works is, let's say anything that requires connection, you don't have to connect it, it will automatically power it up, and it's doing the same to the fireworks. So when I load it in, you know what I mean, they just shoot out. So I tried everything and couldn't get that to work the way I wanted it to. And this one is a little different. We'll have a small indoor cinema, you know, and a large outdoor one as well. Still a bit of work. This will change a lot by the time I'm finished. You know, this is just part of it, and we'll put it together in sections. Now, I've just grabbed some soda. Oh, good morning, Das. How are you? Keeping well, I hope. But this snappy house kick can sometimes require a lot of patience. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear, Das. Yeah, fine, thanks. You're feeling pretty good. I hope you're doing well. Now, let's carry on with this. Alright. Never tried this design with this stuff before, so I'm kind of, you know, learning as I'm going along. But I do have a rough idea of what I want here. Oops. You see what I mean about this requiring patience? Sometimes it has 20 snapping points, and other times you just can't get it to snap. I need to hop off, gotta go to bed. I hope you have a good rest. Mum's here. Good night, have a nice dream. Incredible Bills, well, thank you. I need to play Fallout. Oh, nice. Thanks for stopping by, Mum. I appreciate it. and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Mum's here. Bye. So, how have you been, Lass? Been up to anything interesting lately? Now, just move you down here for one moment. There. And we're almost back to where we were. I didn't take too long, I suppose. I had a tiny mistake I made with the very first piece. There. I think we already nearly have this thing. Oh my god, there. Not really. Just been recovering. Oh, that's right, yeah. Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Das. Yesterday, I wasn't the best. But, yeah, it's pretty normal. Sciatica can be a bit of literally, a pain. You get your good and bad days. There, we just need this one in the corner to make that, and we'll get this one in here. And we're getting there. Of course, we'll have a lot to do on the inside when the time comes, but oh, come on. There. Stupid weather. Yeah, that's better. Now. We don't really have to go with this here, but we'll just leave it for the time being. I might have a better system. Now, let's get these other pieces in. Really don't feel the time going in this game. we will at least need this here. At the very least. And then, are we going with these here? Okay, that's kind of weird. Yeah. How are we gonna manage that? Yeah, we're a half piece off. I could do this, but probably no choice. That's gonna mess about with our screen, isn't it? Oh, totally. I won't know till I see. We'll fix you in a moment. More than one way to fix that one. We'll get our roof on and then we'll worry about it. No rush with stay away for a moment. Let's get up and fix this. Where are you? That will be our little stepping stone. Yeah, it's a disaster. Yeah, it all went wrong before here. And we should be able to fix it. There. Now. Right. Let's go with this one. Oh, we need it pretty dark in this cinema. Hoo-hoo. Okay. I see there's a few bits here. Are you kidding me? What have you done here, Croc? Really? Oh, there's another one here. You are joking me. Yep. That's the last one. There. Okay, that's pretty strange. I must have changed the size on this. Oh well. How many is there? 1, 2, 3 and a bit. Okay. Okay, I'll have to do this a little differently then if that's the case. Here. Let's go down and we have to wait till daylight. I must have changed the size. Oh, you idiot, Croc. You're coming in along here. Yeah. I did say I was going to change the design of this. Shouldn't be too hard. Where's my bed? Yeah. I said I was changing the design a tiny bit. And this was the old one, I'd say, before I made a mistake, so. We need to keep it a little bit more uniform on the front. See where I've done this little piece? Here to bring it around the same on this side. That's gonna take a bit of work, isn't it? Okay. Shouldn't take too much. Have you ever used the mod Conquest? No, but I've heard of it. Where you can make a settlement almost anywhere. Heard of it alright, yeah. Heard a few people talking about it. I think I might have seen it as well. Excuse me. Yeah, I think I might have seen it as well. I think you can do something similar with Workbench Anywhere. Although, I think the area is pretty small it gives you, but still. I think Q-Tip used Workbench Anywhere. There we go. And that's the half piece we need from the back. Of course, this is all useless now. We push that, and that's our new one. It's always faster anyway, to be honest, to store these, moving them out of the way. Takes up more time. There. And that's why we were half a panel too much. Now we should be online. There we go. Saw a guy make a bridge from Spectacle Island to the mainland. Really cool. I want to do that now. Nice. You can do it with something less drastic. MJ did the same thing. He made a bridge. No, was it? Yeah, from Spectacle Island to Warwick Homestead, I think. Using Workbench Anywhere. You know, putting them in strategic points as he went along. I might eventually, once I finish all the settlements, get Workbench Anywhere. You know, to make little settlements and player homes and places. Let's say I'll go scouting for a nice spot. I don't know how it would work, to be honest, on big bills. It'd be interesting to see. It will be interesting to see. There. That's a start. Now, that's where we want to be with that one. Exactly. Okay. Now we can get going with this little guy. Okay. Yeah, that will be the new look. I think that would work. Yes, I heard of that mod too, but also read that a lot of crashes, that's right, using the mod. Oh, Conquest is better. Nice. Oh, hi Rose. Hi, how are you? My mother and I just got over having COVID. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you picked it up, but, you know, glad to hear you got over it. I hope you're feeling better, Rose. Out from that, let's say, how have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Yeah, there's still a lot of it going around, but I think it's something, we're going to have to learn to live with. It's not going anywhere anytime too soon. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, no taste. Takes ages to get your taste back. I have heard that. Was altered. Oh. Yeah, I've heard people say that. Apparently it's one of the symptoms. Not always, but, I think most times. Yeah, we're here in Starlight Rose. And, we're doing the kind of movie drive-in, and we're doing an enclosed one as well, with hopefully some kind of balcony system, and that's what we're working on now. We should eventually get this. I'll have a look at it in a minute and see how it's looking. Oh, don't be like that. There, let's have a look. Yeah. No, that's much better. When it's to go around with the top pieces, we needed that, one on each side. And then I'll go around the tower nicely, keep it neat. I would say me and are really scared of getting it or having it. I wouldn't blame it. Oh, weren't. Oh. Yeah, if you're healthy and young. A nephew of mine got it. He was kind of bad for a while. He was, relatively young, in his late 30s, but very, very strong, huge guy. Really knocked him back. And the same guy had pneumonia a few times, and he said pneumonia was a cakewalk. It depends, I suppose. Lots of people, when they get it, they have really bad effects. Others, not so much. I remember, when it first came out, I remember, let's say, there was young people, pretty fit and healthy, in their mid-late 20s, early 30s, were literally dying from it. And then there was old people, 70, 80, even 90, getting it and getting over it quite easily. I suppose when they figure it out a bit better, they might realise that, let's say, there's certain genetic markers that it probably, could help you or hurt you when it comes to that. I really don't know much about it yet. But some people, yeah, pretty easily they can get over it. Who knows about these new viruses, really? It's hard to tell, isn't it? Now, at least we'll soon have our structure up, and then it's down to the finer details. Really? Come on. At last. Now. I suppose we'd go with a full one now, couldn't we? Not really, because I'll tell you why. I wonder. Man, we could do a kind of bathroom area there, I suppose. See, I don't want to push out too far to this. It all depends. Well, we can't really with this anyway, you know. It's got to be in line. We'll leave that there for a while, so we can kind of tell. And this, yeah, we'll definitely need to work this out a bit better. And even going a half square is not going to do much on that. There's still another piece here. There we go. And that one on the top, and then we're done. We can figure out the bottom line. Oh, the roof, of course. Forgot about that. Ugh. No. Right, I'll cover this. I'll tell you what I'll cover this with. I'll cover this with the steel stuff we have. Oh, that's what I did, the bottom, that one down there, where it seemed to be probably the best. So, it's here somewhere. That one. And it's a better look than this, to be honest. There. Okay. These guys, and then we're done. Probably needed 2 rows. Well, we can get finished with the top end of this. Okay. Now. Right. My. There's a lot to do on this. Aha. I see. I'm a bit of a boo-boo. Come on. Yeah, we need to get rid of this junk. Ah, that's better. Now. I think that's the only area we can use these, really. Yeah. Or maybe not. Maybe not. That would work. Now. we go. We're almost done. Ah, of course we're gone for steel. That's a good dent on that. At least we got our structure up. Just a matter of fixing the inside now. There we go, guys. That's the roof done. I'll put little things on it later. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Ideally, I'd like to do the same on the other side. I know it's a bit greedy, but I wonder could we get away with it? It would be a huge structure. Would make decent bedrooms. We could get away with it. I think we could. We'd need, what? Half square out from here. We'd just make it. It might work. Every time I look at the monitor, much more is done. It goes quickly at this stage, Roadrunner. Yeah, it goes quickly. I think I know how I'll do this. But I have to be careful. Well, I'll have to build around that. Yeah, better rectify that little mistake. That would have causing all kinds of problems. You could forget about the ground floor. That would be impossible. Now, yeah, this is going to morph into a pretty big structure, I think. Now, see, we gotta keep the stripped as projectors on that, but I know for a fact it was here before. I know that dish was scrap, and that might not be, the worst idea ever. Let's see what we can do with this. But I'll definitely keep that open part, even if I've got a glitch around it. This can be more rectangle, I'd say. That's not exactly. I needed to come on the outside. So there's a way of doing this, maybe. This little trick could work. Just need to get one of them in. Okay, we'll try you again here on this one. That is pretty tight. Tell me I've got a half piece. For God's sake, tell me I've got a half piece. Oh, I can use the other half pieces. And I can ring it again, you know, around. Now, yeah, we'll keep it. We'll try to keep it. Hopefully this will work. Where is this piece? Nasty little thing, isn't it? Come on. I might have to change the settings for that one, but I think it will work. Come on. Oh, this will work, I'd say. This will work. Before we go any further on this, we gotta cover this. Or else we're in trouble. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. But possible. Okay. Might as well bite the bullet on this one. Just to do it to here. There's a good chance we'll be moving these later. You really should be putting this down before you snap in these pieces, but they tend to get in the way. Which one did we use? Yeah, that's the one. Well, I might not be going like that on the tower, so I'll hold back on that for a moment. You see what I mean? This could be a massive problem, and this one as well, not to mention. We would have to come out as far as here, but... that's good, that's good, that's good. There you go. Oh, this will be half pieces. What is it? 24. Yeah, okay. We'll check the half pieces. 24. Now, there's a big possibility we might have to use this in that. I wonder we'll get away doing it this way. What's it like? No. I knew as much, we wouldn't get away with that. Okay. I'll get back to you in a moment. Don't ask me how we're getting that one in. But we will try. I have a chance maybe to glitch it, that's a pity. It's possible. Oh, there's one. It's possible. That stupid thing there has made my life pretty complicated. Yeah, we'll leave that for a moment. Alright. I can probably use these as a marker. Not really. Okay, now what the hassle, so we'll walk from here. What are we going, a half square back? We get our walls up before we do this. Now, we need this to have snap, so this one here. There it is. Okay. Yeah, that's the one we're using. Perfect. Okay, get rid of those. Oh, drat. Okay. I have to do it the hard way. There. There, that's a good start. Now, how far are we going? Right to this one here? Oh, we'll be going down much further, really. How far across is the other one coming? Oh, all the way to here. Ooh. That's going to be interesting. Come on. All right. I'll have to start putting in the roofs to help me do this. Where's the roofs? There we go. Makes it much easier to snap. How far is this one going back? Half again. Okay. We can do that. Now. Hmm. Okay, one more. Let's see if we got that piece. Oh, hang on there. Yeah, the work, I'd say. I'm back here. Have we got those in already? We have. There. Now, I'll scrap these later to make our doors. But I think we can get into this section from the stairs and match at the other side, so I think we'll be okay in that way. There, right to there. Now this one. Okay. It should be the one we're looking for. This is where we see if this will actually work properly. It'll be a pretty big area. That's it. That's exactly the same as the other side. Now, and we need aluminum and steel. There. At least we have a look in our structure no matter what happens, so it's all down to fixing the small bits after this. Which takes a lot longer than this. We'll keep this one sealed and I'll sort out the doorways after. There. Yeah, we won't be getting through there anyway. I just want to get a look on this and see what way it's going. Oh, hi broadside. Oh, hi Broadside. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome raiders. Sorry, I missed your raid. I was just so into doing this. So, how have you been? Oh, hi Owned. It's been a while. I caught one of these chill streams. Hi, how have you been? Keeping well? I hope? Hi guys. Yeah, this is what I'm doing here. This is Starlight Drive-In. And we're doing this on Xbox. Just using the free mods from Bethesda. This one is Snappy House Kit. And, we're restoring the drive-in as best we could. I've been doing well. Oh, that's good to hear. Owned recommended, so here we are. Nice. And thanks for that, Owned. I appreciate it. It was Starlight Drive-In. So, hang on, let me just save this and I'll show you around. It's in the process of being done, so it doesn't really look much right now. It's a kind of slow process. That's the original diner. I had to raise the level of the ground a little bit, so I'll be blocking up most of this, and this will be a ground floor. I'll get around to it later. So far we've got this kind of look. I will be covering this as well, but leaving the projector obviously out. Yeah, on Xbox. Yeah. And I managed to size one of my TVs, so that works as a screen first, for the original drive-in. And this will be our kind of access point. We'll have a kind of walk-in here. And another access point there whenever I get around to it. The buildings are still here. I don't use any mods to scrap buildings, so I work around them. Always work around them. And I have a lot of work to do on this. It's been kind of slow. There's still a lot needs to be done. But I did finish Hangman's Alley. On this about 2-3 days, I think. Do you guys want to see Hangman's Alley? I made a kind of Raider nightclub. A Ghoul Ren Raider nightclub. That one is finished. I don't bring settlers in until I'm finished because they cause too many problems and get in the way. You sometimes get rid of them, but I do like to incorporate them into the builds if I can. Yeah. Getting rid of them is never a good idea. Grey Garden, yeah, that was pretty nice. That was a large biodome. Hangman's Alley was a pretty difficult build. It took about the same as Croup Manor. Croup Manor we based that on the old Hitchcock movie Psycho, if you're familiar with it. There was a TV series as well. Okay, I'll go right back to Hangman's Alley. That was the last one I did. There was a TV series as well, I think Bates Motel. So let me see that I saved this. Pretty much, yeah. Okay. We'll load this one up. Hangman's Alley. Yeah, here it is. So, this is Hangman's Alley. We have big problems here, but eventually it's never been an easy build. It's pretty small. So here we have, well, we couldn't get a Hancock because he's not a companion, but we dressed up a ghoul that looks just like him. So he's just standing inside. So, we've got the sign who needs drugs, blah blah blah. No, seriously, do you need some? I have some chems for sale. Visit me in good neighbour John Hancock. So, and they're the original guys. I can't scrap them even if I wanted to. So we called it, well, we didn't call it anything really because, you know, we had to sign the crystal pistol. So inside we've got fake Hancock. He's our chem dealer. And of course we have our ghoul dancers. I use the Gorak outfit, you know, from the game.
Yes.
We have our bar. We used all ghoul staff. Our bar guy. And we put in a ghoul singer here. And of course we have our DJ boot.
Yeah?
And out here
See Grey God? There you go. Whole place is run by robots.
we have a couple of power armor stations with radar armor, obviously. And we managed to squish in a few bikes. And of course our back entrance. Yeah, it took a while. This took about 100 hours. But at the same time owned as Coop Manor. I knew stuff like this was me. Yeah. It just takes time to get used to it. It's just a matter of putting in the time and a ton of patience. Especially with Snappy House.
Out here, you gotta take things one day at a time.
Out here we have a kind of smoking area. Best I could do with it. Can be a nasty build, this one. Out of entirety. Yeah, one large building, yeah. No problem. Grey Garden is your favourite. Oh, I used so many flowers on that dash.
My back hurts. My feet hurt. Everything hurts.
So up here we have a gym. Laundry area. Bathrooms. And of course our gymnasium. We had a guy here doing push-ups. He's disappeared. Yeah, he's probably on a break. Maybe using the bathroom. Here we have our bedrooms. All of this stuff, well, the vast majority is from Snappy House. Better stores for the neon. Neon is pretty hard to fit, but I've had a good bit of practice. Yeah, trust me, I've had a lot of practice for that neon. That's our bedrooms. It's really nice at night. It's got a certain glow. You know how I like to get a lighting right. And of course we have a little patio area. The TV is from SOE from, I think, the Nuka War section. Or it could be USO, I forget which one. The little bits and pieces are mostly from decorating mod called Creative Clutter. It's an old one, so you're probably familiar with it. Closest I've gotten to this kind of internal complexity is a few big shacks I use making. Woody's Wasteland stuff. Nice.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days.
So that's a snappy house build. Well, mostly. And that's Hangman's Alley. The one I did before this was mostly done with USO, using a mod called Grounded for large rocks. We based it on the movie Congo, if any of you guys are familiar with it. You know, that Crichton novel. It was a movie with Tim Curry back in '95. You know, King Solomon's Mines, killer gorillas, let's say trained gorillas, you know, guarding it. Woody's is a great mod. Not this style, but all very cool. Nice. So that's Hangman's Alley. I did King Solomon's Mines at Sunshine Tidings. You remember that place? Not an easy place to build because of the sheds, but I built above them on that one. I don't use a mod to scrap the buildings. It's too unstable. This is the one I did before, and this is Sunshine Tidings. Had more than just one visual style. Yeah, more of a difference, yeah. Exactly, yeah. So, I used a mod called Grounded for the large rocks, and using Place Anywhere, it's pretty simple to, you know, fit them together. We call this one King Solomon's Mines. I try to get the settlements looking as different as possible. Not easy with 3 main building mods, but that basically goes all the way around the settlement. Now inside, for the gorillas I used the ones from better stores. I find them way more stable than the ones from USO. There's a trick broadside. And I don't see anyone using it for some reason. You probably see me sleeping. I would work on a settlement in-game time, and I'd say till about 8 PM, and then sleep till 10 AM. That would get rid of 90% of your problems. Yeah, just, you know, leaving your system, you know, or the game, I should say, enough time to kind of, you know, tot up what you did. So this is King Solomon's Mines. So we've got our... well, they're here somewhere. There's my gorillas. So we've got our little waterfall here. And the fish you see are from a mod called G2M. That's the only place you're going to get any half decent fish on Xbox. So here we have, if you've seen the movie, there's little bits and pieces that will probably ring a bell. Our gorilla feeding ground. And of course our explorer camp. We have 5 settlers on this one. You've already favoured G2M to look at it later. Yeah, and that's the only place. They're pretty glitchy in the fish. You will definitely need the mod place anywhere to get them in correctly broadside. Yeah, they glitch like mad. You will need place anywhere. It's possible to do it without it, but you'll be there forever. Place anywhere really helps. If you're using place anywhere, anytime you use it, let's say, and you get it in the position you want, click onto it again, pull it to the side and release it. Just hit it the second time. If you don't do that, I find, let's say, sometimes when you come back to your builds, pieces have disappeared, they've dropped down and glitched to the map. Ah, good. Nice. You know what I mean then. You've often found things disappearing, and that's why. Especially anything that's been partially glitched, you know, in the map. So, 5 sleeping bags, obviously, 5 rucksacks. The assignment mats I'm using is Busy Rugs, Xbox One. That's the assignment mats I'm using here.
Easy living? This ain't.
Most of this stuff is from
If you ain't
US
been
home.
up to see Grey Garden, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
Got work to do. Can't talk now.
Don't much care
So,
for
3 main building mods
that
would
place
be
is nothing but
SOE,
trouble.
USO, and Snappy House Kit. Decorating mods, let's say like Creative Clutter, Not Your Average Neon, Better Stores, that kind of thing. I do use Place Anywhere and STS, Scrap That Settlement,
Out here.
but only for rubbish and trees if they're absolutely necessary and I have to get rid of them. I use it very sparingly. It can cause problems. So that's our base camp. Now, we did a bit more with this place, but we've got to wait till night. We do have a diamond mine. It's not going to be much of a King Solomon's mine, so it doesn't have a mine. But it's kind of hidden, you know, the kind of cliche secret entrance behind the waterfall thing.
Ain't looking for trouble, I hope.
No. We turn this light off. So this is how we did the lighting. So it's just glitching some lights into the trees using Place Anywhere. Best to do it at night so you can see the kind of effect you're getting. And obviously the brighter light is SOE, will be the only light source stuff from that, but I'd use it sparingly. If you overuse it, it can cause a lot of problems. Now this is our diamond mine. And I used the bits of crystal from the workbench, using Place Anywhere to kind of, you know, pretend diamonds. No problem. The ferns you see are the ordinary vanilla. You know, potted plants thing, and I just used the place anywhere to push them in. The dirt piles are from grounded, and I think the lamps are USO. The green lighting is from SOE. But I've been wanting to reduce how many mods I have loaded at once to make it easier on the CPU. So I've been hesitant to shove any more settlement mods into my loader. There's a lot already, yeah. But even with those 3 mods I have, and they take up a tiny amount of space, I only have 2 gigabytes broadside, which kind of hamstrings me a lot. But there's a lot you could do with those 3 mods, you know. SOE is pretty good, you know, especially if you're doing institute builds. I can show you SOE. Would you like to see an SOE build? That one is in Nuka World. There's only one there. We built a large settlement, like a kind of large tower. It's like kind of Jurassic Park meets the Institute kind of thing. And that's our diamond mine. And that's Sunshine Tidings. This one took 46 hours. This was pretty quick. If I don't have to do buildings and decorating, it goes pretty quickly. So, Nuka World. This one is surprisingly stable for its size. It's huge. The biggest build I ever did was Spectacle Island. That was ridiculously huge. We used about 90% of the island. We built a large cathedral and graveyard, roughly based on Salisbury Cathedral in the UK. I'm pretty sure Xbox has Nuka World settlement mods. It adds, really? 15 settlements. It's a pretty unstable DLC. Along with Workshop Rearranged and Snappy. But you've got a ton of other ones as well. Nice. So this is Nuka World. And there's only one settlement here in vanilla. And this is it. It's like the red rocket thing. It's still here, but I buried it beneath the foundations. But I did manage to keep, well, expose the Nuka-Cola bottle. So I'll show you what it's like outside, and then we'll go in. What is huge. And we use these guys, bloodworms. They remind me of the graboids from that movie, what's it called again? Tremors. You know, the one with Kevin Bacon? It is, I find that as well. Kind of ruins it for me, the mods, that's nice. And the player home. Cool. Yeah, you remember that? Yeah, there's a ton of those movies, I think 6 or 7. My favourite was the original. But all of them are pretty watchable. Bacon. Yeah, so we used all of this. But this is tiny compared to Spectacle Island. But Spectacle Island is probably one of the worst places you can build. 3 cells. It's never pretty when you build there. So let's see outside. An airport at Spectacle Island eventually. Nice. Yeah, good place to do so. So inside. Now we should have had 2 guards here. So what I'll do is I'll go in and I'll just wait 1 hour. And I'll go back. That's the thing with busy rugs. I'll just wait here for an hour and get them all back. There we go.
We're in some real trouble here.
No, I don't care how much trouble you're in. These guys always want me to do a quest. Yes, all vertebrate. I did a large but out of steel one a good while back, but I got that 0 kilobyte bug. Totally wiped all of my settlements. These are the ones that say I built after it. There, so this is our entrance. Yeah, my guards are missing. There was 2 synth guards here in heavy armor. Oh well. Next time I come out they might be in their spot. I hate these DLCs, the weather is uncontrollable. So here we have our reactor room. Everyone is missing from this, guys. Let me load this one up again. Everyone is missing. They should be all under mats. Here we go. So, 2 synth guards in heavy armor.
Lost track of how many blisters I had.
50-50 with those mats, to be honest. And this is our reactor room. He's still missing. Yeah, there was a guy here with a Geiger counter. Oh well. And that's our reactor room. That's a pity. I wonder... Yes, that's exactly where they are. Sometimes you wait an hour, they'll come back, but there shouldn't be, not when they're assigned. You know, usually when they're not assigned, they only do that. Now, there should be another guard here. I never had that problem here before. It's funny sometimes. You see how that guy's gone back into his spot? Now let's see if that guy in the reactor if he's back. That's exactly what they do. They always go back to the original level of the settlement. There he is.
Farming's is honest.
Yeah.
Honest work gets.
And we put that guy in a hazmat suit. This weather, I really hate these DLCs. That doesn't work long. So that's what it's like outside, and we have a pretty large tower as well. We put a lot of labs in that. We have a kind of 80s style nightclub on the top of that one. So, this is our kind of gameskeeper area. And out here, we've got our animals. I mostly use the stuff from better stores because after a few tests on them, they seem to be the most stable. Of course, we have a little wolf den here as well.
Work, you eat. It's as simple as that.
And we did name this settlement as well. It's just up here. And we named it for a friend of mine, Lone Wolf. And we call it Lone Wolf Reserve. Now, this goes all the way around. This is the VR stuff from SOE. So we kind of used it like a kind of high-tech security fence. And these walkways are also from SOE. So we've got some scientists up there. Kind of, you know, safe viewing spot. Now, the entrance is on the other side, but we'll just jump in from here. It's hit and miss with the animals. Or probably beneath the foundations, but most of these guys should be here. Next time I come here, they might be all down one side and not on the other.
Hi, how are you?
So that's the bottom section. Now our entrance is here. We filled this with water, covered it with glass. But it's all because of the view, let's say, from the top. Now, where was I? Yeah, this is our entrance. Now, this is a large water vat as well, so we'll have to do a little bit of swimming. There we go. We have a large institute type lobby. The elevators obviously take us up. And this breaks out into a patio area here. And that's the only thing that's showing of the original settlement. You know, the garage that was here with that. It's still there beneath this foundation. But I just left this piece showing and, you know, just added a little bit of animation to it. We've got one of the scientists feeding some fish. And of course our tower. This goes into our walkways on both sides. And we have some scientists on these walkways somewhere. Probably down the other side. There should be 5 or 6 of them up here with clipboards. God knows where they're glitched. Yeah, there's one down there. Okay, and it goes all the way around the back, obviously. Now, elevator.
Confirmed. Second floor.
It is. Exactly. 1 second to turn off my alarm, guys. There. Now. Exactly, it is 50-50, isn't it? So this is scent retention, so this is our kind of holding area for escaped scents. And these are just lifelike statues. I think they're from USO. You know, handy when you want to cut down on the settler population. Putting too many in causes a lot of
Need to get
problems.
back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town I ever saw.
So that's scent retention. Now,
Confirmed. Third floor.
time to figure out if I want to play Skyrim, Morecambe, Maidon, or Hunter Assassin, or keep playing Ark and watch your stream. Hi Shalto, hi, how are you? Hope you've been well. So this is robotics.
Yeah.
And that's robotics.
Confirmed.
Oh, that's good to hear, Shalto. And this is advanced systems.
Can't remember the last time I had clean fingernails.
Got a dangerous look about you.
And the next one, I think, is bioscience.
Confirmed. Fifth floor.
Yeah, this is bioscience. So most of the stuff you're seeing is from SOE.
Yes.
A few bits from USO here and there. Now, the elevators only go 6 stories, so I can have a changeover spot here. Don't remember the last time I had clean fingernails, he says, in the cleanest, most sterile environment everyone's ever seen in the wasteland. So here's where we change over on our elevators. I went with double elevators, one on each side this time. In case I'm in glass. Each corner I've just added a Institute power armor. It's just a statue, but it works. And here we have, you know, little balcony areas. Couldn't resist the Nern route. Had to have the Nern route. Now,
Confirmed. Second floor.
this is our shower area. Oh, nothing too fancy, you know, just some showers and fans and stuff. And obviously our second elevator. That's the shower area. Now,
Confirmed. Third floor.
and here we have our bathroom. Let's just say it's a bathroom with a view. Again, that leads out to our elevator. And that's our bathroom area.
Confirmed. 4th floor.
No problem. And I think here's hydroponics, and I think above this we have a small clinic. Speaking of clinics as well, I did a pretty large medical centre at County Crossing. That was the longest build I ever did. That one took, oh my god, that took 270 hours. That was very detailed. Now this is hydroponics. And again, the elevator on the other side. And the clinic. The clinic kind of turned out okay. It's just a small area, but I think it works.
Confirmed. 5th floor.
Now we got our bio beds and this kind of stuff. I think most of this stuff, well, that stuff there, I think is from Creative Clutter. Left the damn water on the trees outside. Oh my. Yeah, you want to be careful there. So that's our clinic. Again, leads out to the other elevator. Now, again, we do another changeover on the elevators.
Confirmed.
So it's an exact
6th
replica,
floor.
let's say, of the other, changeover section. With your power armor on the sides and, your little balcony area. And of course your second elevator. So this leads up to the tower on top. All the way up, we've done beds on that one. We needed them badly. So from 2, 3, 4 and 5 are all bedrooms exactly the same.
Confirmed. 2nd floor.
So this is how they all look in every detail. Exactly the same. Now we'll go straight to 6 and we can view the rest, but
Confirmed.
they're an exact copy of the other rooms.
6th floor.
This is our nightclub. This one is a little different. Now we're so far up here, you won't get settlers to come up here, I'm afraid. Which is too high up. So this is our nightclub. The best I could do is the mannequins from Nuka World. Now we also have a kind of double bar up here. And we can take the elevator up to that one. Where is the elevator?
Confirmed.
There's a decent view from here, obviously. I got stairs they can use, and 90% of the time the NPCs can't even make it past the ground floor. Yeah, pretty much. You get away on 3, 4, maybe even 5 stories with beds. They'll spawn up to their beds. But that's about it. Depending on the settlement. So this is our bar area. It's a pity I couldn't get any NPCs up here. It would be a good idea for someone to make a mod, let's say, where you've got an NPC, let's say, with limited speech, you know, limited movement, but is actually attached to the mat, an invisible mat. That would be a decent idea. I found that the scaffolding is the best way. Yeah, it is, isn't it? It works very well, Grey Garden. Yeah, and Finch Farm. We're keeping chairs and, you know, interactable, you know, items they can interact with. They will spawn. Depends on the settlement. That's one bar, and the other one is exactly the same. I think the alien is from, I think it's from USO. And that's our bar area. Now the view. This weather is absolutely terrible. We'll wait till morning. You would think, let's say, at night there'd be a nice view. Well, it's different here. If you're up maybe 3 stories, it's not too bad, but, you know, once you're up too high, there's not much of a view. The script here is still pretty solid. You know, you get a half decent countdown when you sit or sleep. There we go. So this is our view, and that's why I made the tower like this, so we could, you know, see the settlement. I use Place Anywhere a lot with the concrete fittings down there. But it was all for this, let's say, for the view. There's actually a crow's nest on that top of that bottle in vanilla. And that's it, guys. A snooker world. Right, I'll load up what we're doing. What time is it? Yeah. We'll load it up. I'll have to double load this. Oh, why thank you, Broadside. Appreciate it. I'll try and get these looking different. And maybe if I had more mods or even room for more mods, get a different kind of look. I'd like to do a dungeon, a cavern system. I was tempted, you know, the way I did that diamond mine, to encase the entire settlement like a large, you know, cavern. But there's no way that cell would last. It would I'd have lots of rendering issues. We're talking about maybe 1,000 pieces to get it right. There was no way. Those boulders work much like the wallpaper from Snappy House. They're pretty hard on the system. Yeah, and I got a good bit done on this as well. At least I got a design. And I'll work on the rest of it the next time we're back. I wish I could get to bed for a decent hour, but definitely glad I dropped a follow. Oh, well, thank you. I'll be sure to visit your channel, Broadside. And thanks for that, I appreciate it. And welcome. In the meantime, I'll leave a lurk for as long as I can while I'm getting ready for bed. No problem, Broadside. And thanks for stopping by and following. I appreciate it. I hope you get a good rest, and I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Broadside. Bye. Yeah, I think I'll go on a raid, guys. I've been on just over 7 hours, and even at that, I was on for about 2 before I even started streaming. So I've had a long day of Fallout. Oh, hi. Hi, Lizard. I'm fine, thanks. I hope you're doing well also. Yeah, I'm sorry. I hope you were lurking because I'm just, you know, getting ready to raid. But always nice to see you, Lizard. How have you been? And you too, Das. And take care, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. And you too, Roadrunner. Stay safe, and have a great day. And Travelling Mother, you too. Yeah, take care, guys. Yeah, I appreciate you dropping by, hanging out. So, yeah, I'll have a look, and some of our friends should be streaming, but I'm starting to see double now. I'm getting dizzy, so that's a warning sign. Yeah, this old guy will have to sleep. But I shall be back tomorrow at the same time. But until then, yeah, we'll see who's streaming, and yeah, we'll show them some support if we can. Oh, pretty good. That's good to hear. I start a new volunteer position today in a charity shop. Nice. Yeah, I've done a lot of work like that, let's say. Yeah, it's a noble thing, Lizard. Yeah, you should be proud of that. You know, you should be proud of it. Not many people do that these days, and it's nice to you know, to see someone, you know, willing to give something to the community. Yeah, I can relate. I did a lot, you know, myself, especially as I got older when I had the time. Oh, no problem. Alright. Ah, but that's good. Now, okay, I'll say farewell to you guys, and then we'll, yeah, we'll go on a raid. I'll hang out on that channel while I get something to eat and eventually slip into oblivion. Not the game, the condition. So, goodbye, Lizard, and take care and stay safe. And sorry I have to go so soon if you've just arrived. Well, I've had a long one on this, 7 hours streaming and probably 3 before I came on. and I'm pretty wrecked. So take care and stay safe. I hope you have a great day. And you too, travelling modder, roadrunner, Das, broadside. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I hope you have a good rest and a good day. And also to Jill, Tigger, Hufflepuff. And take care, guys. Oh, you just tell. Oh, sorry about that, Lizard. Yeah, and you too. Stay safe. To Jill, Tigger and Hufflepuff, thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate it. And did I mention Das? And Das, yeah. Hope you have a good day, Das. And Broadside, thanks again for following for the raid. I hope you have a great day. And let's see who else we have here. And Owned, yeah. Thanks again for stopping by, Own, and the recommendation. I appreciate it. And let's see who else. And Rose, yeah. Take care, Rose, and stay safe. And thanks again for stopping by. Your mum's here. And Shadows, have a good one. And 88, stay safe. And of course Pinecone, take care, Pinecone. And what else have we here? And of course Fun Dead Train, stay safe. And that's everyone I have. Well, I can see on my message board, but obviously there was more. It's just my memory is really bad, especially when I'm tired. But everyone who was watching, thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate the support. So, as I said, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow, and in the meantime, we'll go straight to a raid. So, let's see who's streaming.